hi, comment, and how have you been? Hi, Terry. Second. Secondary. And how have you been? Hi, O'Keefe. And how have you been today? Oh, I was just getting ready to, this portal down here. We finished the plains. We're going to push down into this area and clear it out. Hopefully finishing that little area there, and then there seems to be another spot here. As small as it is, I may be finishing this, that, and then cutting across here, which would be better. We need a ton of fine wood. I sourced a good bit today, but it will only make a tiny dent in what we need. So we can do it while we're exploring, you know. Oh, cold. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Although I think I'm catching one also, Terry. It's the season alright for colds, isn't it? Pretty good, O'Keefe. And how have you been? Decent. Oh, headache. Oh, and the family problems. I definitely know the family problems one. I've been having a rough week myself, family-wise. You know what it's like. Big extended family. There's always drama somewhere. Nice. All day, yeah. I've pretty much been the same. Shooting down my left leg, and the side of my foot is actually numb as well. I think it might be some kind of blood flow issue. I better get that checked. Ah, you'll have to wait a while, I'd say, Derry. Now, let's be on our way. We just want to be very careful here. We'll be crossing a little bit of the plains. We're going through the H2 portal. Where is it here? This one. Yeah, the metal we have. My God, we will need a ton more, I'd say, for to do 2 floors. Even though it's only 2 metal per chest, it's oh, it is only 2 metal per chest. So let me say, yeah, there's 6, 12. Yeah, well, there's 24 chests in a pillar. So that's 48 metal. So that's, my God, there's about 14, 15 pillars. There's still a lot of metal. I've been watching Oblivion all day. I love the game, and the music is brilliant, isn't it? Yeah. That was my very first Elder Scrolls game. Oblivion. Awesome game. Absolutely awesome. My very first Fallout game would have been New Vegas, you know. Although I'll consider New Vegas to be, you know, totally different from the other stuff, but it still went under the banner of Fallout. New Vegas was my first. Oblivion. I might do another playthrough on that shortly. I want to do another Skyrim playthrough. I still haven't finished my Witcher playthrough, although I've played it many times before. The Witcher 3. And then eventually get back to doing maybe a tiny bit of building on Fallout. It's just I got kind of burnt out doing it so long, you know. Needed a bit of a break. Well, this is still grinding and building, but you know, at least it's a different game, and I'm not as familiar with it as I am with the other games. So, yeah, the play factor for me is a lot more. All the Witches, yeah. Skyrim is my all-time favorite game. Although there's only still so many times you can play it, you know. You need a break from it sometimes as well. In all games, you know. No matter how good it is, you need to be, you know, getting similar games, you know, getting some enjoyment from them, and then, you know, eventually going back to your old favourites. Well, tell me, O'Keefe, how's my audio? Is it okay? I think I might have found a way around that plug-and-play charger bug with the audio. Oh yeah, I have a lot of time on that game. And any bug I ever got in that game, or anything, let's say, I always checked it out. Always trying to find the root of the problem. You know? I know that engine like the back of my hand. Loud and clear. Perfect. Okay. I think I know the issue. You're best to plug in the plug and play charger before the Xbox has been turned on. That stops the audio issue. Yeah, that's the third time now it's worked, so, you know, it's the basis of science, isn't it? To get results, you know. The same every time. Repeatable results. Mark told me off today because I didn't eat. I don't like eating when unwell. Yeah, well, it's not too bad when you're unwell, but you still need some little thing, you know, even if it's only soup or something, you know. But yeah, you'll have to look after yourself, Terry, because at the end of the day, you know, you're the best one to do it, you know. But we're all like that, you know. Nobody likes eating when they're ill. No appetite and no real mood for it. I'm the same. But I'm still trying to get something, you know, toast, something, soup. Just something so, you know, my stomach acid doesn't go crazy. I have to get out of here, so I'll be going this way here, but it's a long little this is foggy now. This is very dodgy. Maybe not a good idea. We'll give it a second and see if the fog will clear. Heinz tomato soup, gorgeous, nice. Kind of partial to the mushroom myself. Although I've noticed, let's say, here in the supermarkets, you know, since everything closed down during that crisis we had, that outbreak, it's double now what it was. It was €1, I think, for a tin of it. Now it's 2. Yeah, price gouging like that is very, very short-sighted, O'Keefe. Because I'll tell you why. If you are, let's say, if you double the price of everything, okay? Okay, for a little while, yeah. Yeah, we have euros here. I don't know what the currency rate is compared to sterling, but it used to be kind of close. One stage it was worth more. You know the way currency goes, all over the place. But when you do that, let's say, okay, there's a short-term gain, you'll get some money. But what happens then is wages and everything else will have to go up to a certain extent to meet that. People will buy less, and the economy starts to slow down. And let's say, over the space of maybe 12 months, if you look at your books, you're actually losing money. Yeah. Oh yeah, we've been using euro here since, oh my, I think the mid-2000s, yeah. Oh, 2002, yeah. It's been so long ago. Okay, I think we'll chance it. Okay, I hope we don't get killed. We just need to get this junk here with us. And then we'll be out of here. We're kind of finished down this end now, so there's no need for this. Let's see if we got everything. Wood, blah 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 blah. Yep. Now we've got to be mega careful here. Yeah, that's a bit better. Now there's a tar pit there and we'll kind of go sideways on that. So we're going back here, back to Black Forest down here, and we're going to finish this area here. And soon we'll be finished this entire island. It's just important resources I want to take out first. Now, this little exploration into the forest will be a little different than the meadows. This time we're going to target... Oh, sugar. We're going to have to target fine wood. Because that's something that we're going to need an absolute boatload of. There. They're deadly little guys. Now we don't want to meet any fuelings. I don't want to be dragging that metal all over the place. There. Okay, we're almost out. Yeah, this is the new area. So as I said, we're targeting that fine wood. You see that fine wood? So we'll be taking that here in the forest. Ah, well, at least I had the foresight to bring an axe with me this time. So that's perfect. We'll kind of go through this and we'll slowly make our way down through here. We'll kind of do two things at once, you know. Oh, hi Eva, and how have you been? In general, Ireland's a very safe... It is, in general, yeah. There's no reason to avoid... Sorry. 9th of February 2000, Irish pound coins and notes ceased to be legal tender. Yeah, 2000, all kinds of banknotes from onwards. But this may be redeemed in euros at the central bank, yeah. There's no reason to avoid here, especially if you follow basic example of safety rules. You should minimise risk of something going wrong. In fact, Ireland is among the safest in Europe and in the world. It is pretty safe, yeah. Definitely. The guard is driving down O'Connell Street in Dublin, where he sees two fellows against the window shop. He takes the car runs over to him. He asks the first fellow what his name is. The man replies, "From no fixed abode." The guard turns and says, "I'm Ben Reardon, and I live in the flat above Paddy." I've heard a few versions of that. Now, what? Oh, that's a hammer. Oh yeah, that's silly. We've got to use that. Go away. We've got to use the axe. There. So we'll be taking these guys. It's a bit close to the plains, but we'll chance it. I don't mind taking these in a crowded forest, they're not really missed. But we need an absolute ton of fine wood. That was a good hit from that one now. That was a pretty decent hit. So we'll just get these down for a while. But I'd say we'll mostly be doing this because the chests we'll be using use 10 fine wood and there's 100 or 2 to go in, you know. There, we'll soon be out of here in a moment. We'll just take these. I've never seen so many of these in such a small area. That's not too bad. I will save us messing about. Hi Targ, and how have you been? Well, I hope. I've been to Holland, yeah. And well, you could say just more of a passing through on Amsterdam. Yeah, been to France but not Paris. Yeah. No, never took the Channel Tunnel. Yeah. Yeah. I had a cousin who worked on that. One of the engineers. Yeah. I hate his guts. He's an arrogant guy. And a little bit unstable. I seen some stuff from him as a kid and he didn't really drop it as an adult. He's a guy, let's say, that wouldn't think twice about hitting a woman. You know, never liked him. Yeah, kind of a brute. So how have you been, Targ? Yeah, just when you said that, it reminded me of him. I've never thought of him in the longest time. But he was a nasty piece of work as a kid. And even worse as a man. Even worse, I should say. I'm starting to pick up the dialogue here. Yeah? Oh, nasty, nasty piece of work. There, it looks like we're getting the metal, whether we like it or not. Well, that's what happens when you soar stuff too close to the planes. His dad was just like that. He was a woman beater. A nasty drunk. Kind of rubbed off on him, you know. I remember the lies he used to tell as a kid. My God. He was a nasty piece of work. So, what have you been up to, Targ? I haven't thought of him in over 20 years, guys. It's just when you mentioned the Channel Tunnel. He was forever bragging about that. He was the type of guy, if you were out drinking, let's say in a pub, you know, he'd keep missing his rounds. You know, he'd smoke all your cigarettes, you know, that kind of idiot. And this guy was on some really good pay, you know. More than any of us at the time. I have. I've been to Copenhagen, yeah. I have. That would have been in the early 90s. But mostly wherever the work took me, you know. Yeah, yeah. But he was a smug, arrogant, unstable person. Very, very self-centered, you know. Very self-centered. You see, my dad's sister, his mum, kind of enabled him all his life. You know what I mean? Even though she's passed away and you shouldn't speak ill of the dead, a lot of his problems lie on her shoulders, you know? She would bail him out when he did something stupid. You know, if he started something, she would take his side. She would always enable him, you know? As a kid. And as a man then, he was, you know, broken. Yeah, he just smoked them all. Yeah. Nasty. He was a nasty. Not that any of us really cared. But this guy at the time would have been on maybe 5 times what we were getting, you know? But he wasn't exactly ugly. But he was no Brad Pitt. He was average. I would class him as average. Not that I'd be a judge of how well a man looks. But he would be probably average. But he thought he was absolutely the bee's knees. I remember when he was about 18 or 19, I remember him well. He was talking about he was going to get into modelling. Really, modelling. I think we cracked a few jokes about that one. But he had a nasty personality. Yep. He thought he was model material. It'd be, let's say, if a 5 would be average, he would be about a 5. I even give him the benefit of that. Let's say he's a 6. You know, a model is a 9, a 10, you know? Then he had aspirations about going into the police force, but then knew straight away, his psychological profile. They turned him down. They dropped him like a hot potato. Hmm. He's going to leave me at home for 2 weeks. I'm going to relax for 2 weeks. Yeah, just just be good, Terry. Be good. Yeah, yeah. I remember his long-suffering girlfriend. I really felt sorry for her. She was really petite, really quiet, and really timid. The complete opposite. Why is it, guys? I suppose he wanted to dominate, and control. But he was a classic example, you know. Yeah, I wonder how he's doing today. The last time I met him, it was before my aunt passed away. And that would have been about maybe 25, maybe 30 years ago. So she was ill, and I went over, and I was there for a while. I was in a hotel close by. Oh, an absolute psychopath. His dad was as well. She was divorced, you know what I mean, did the best she could with those, and she did a good job, except for enabling him in particular, for some reason. But I was there, I would drop by every day, I would make sure she'd have enough food, She needed some painting done. I did all the painting in the house. This incensed him. I could see it in his expression, because me coming around and being nice to his mum, you know what I mean, doing the painting, getting her stuff, getting her cigarettes, paying for it myself, making sure she's okay. Just before I went back, in his eyes that made him look bad, so I knew he was holding some kind of resentment. But he bided his time. So I was there just before I had to return home. I only got so many days off work. And he came back from a soccer match, and he was well liquored up, yeah? So he was in a bad mood. So he was talking about the match, and he said something. I said, "Oh, let me guess." I said, "Probably lost today." My God, he exploded. He absolutely exploded. So he tried to get to me. So I told him, "Come, if you want to, go for it." So I couldn't hit him. My aunt was there. She was very ill. But I felt like strangling him. But I didn't physically touch him, right? But he jumped around, he ran into the room, and he came out with there was a long extension lead on a light, and he broke the light bulb, and he tried to stab me with it. So I just moved out of the way, tripped him up, and held him down. And they eventually calmed him down. So they took him away in a taxi. But when I went back in the morning, just before I went back, my aunt had a lot of really dark, heavy bruises on her arms. So I think he attacked her after, but she wouldn't admit to it. So that finished me with that family. That was the end of it then. I've never looked at any of them since. The reason I didn't look at the other two, he had two sisters and a brother. Brothers passed away. But they knew this was going on, and they would do absolutely nothing, So I said, okay, if that's the way it's going to be, when she dies, my ties with those, gone, history. I have no more ties. And when she passed away, that was it. I never recognized them since, never seen them, never wanted to. Animals. He passed away from liver failure. He was a chronic alcoholic, like his dad. Yeah, his dad basically the dad of that family, Targ. If there is a hell, I hope there isn't, but he's gonna suffer what he put that family through. You see, little kids seeing drunken people coming back, arguing and fighting, take this to be normal, and it really, really messes them up. This alcoholism thing. But he was a typical kind of navvy Targ, you know what I mean? Went over in the 60s, you know, doing construction work, instead on during, at the 80s and that, met someone there, settled down, the whole thing, hard drinking, kind of, that stupid thing. Typical Navi. He was a Carlo man. He was the thickest, rudest, most ignorant man I have ever seen. It leaves a deep scar on everyone, It leaves a deep scar. One of my regrets, and I would rarely feel this way, and I'm not that kind of person. One of my regrets is when I dropped him, when he tried to stab me with an electrical light bulb. I should have broke his arm for good measure. But you see, this was the UK, you know what I mean? If it happened here, the cops had come, he attacked me, you know what I mean? But in the UK, I could have been in a lot of trouble, I could have been in a lot of trouble. And I didn't need that, I had responsibilities. Horrible man. Absolutely horrible. He was a kind of guy who thought he was an honest, straight up kind of guy. But he was a hypocrite. You know what I mean? Yeah. He prided himself as having honour. He didn't know what honour is. You couldn't even explain what honour is to this man. Honour is not treating your family like that. Honour is not beating on your wife coming back drunk. That's not honour. That's not being a man, that's being a mouse. You make sacrifices for your family, you know what I mean? You don't subject them to that kind of abuse. I had no choice. I still regret not hurting him, you know that? Well, I definitely did when I returned in the morning and seen the bruises. But then again, that was mother and son. I was only a nephew, you know what I mean? It was up to the rest of the family to do something about that. It was not my place or business, it was up to them. That's why I could never forgive them. This was going on for God knows how long, Out of sight, out of mind, that kind of thing. And my apologies, guys. It just angers me when I think of that. But she passed away not long after, and I cut all ties. Well, especially with him, but for the rest of the family as well, because they didn't really give a rat's backside what was going on. They had their own little thing going, and that was okay. They'd drop by if they needed something from her, but out from that, she was on her own. Okay, we're apparently full up. Yeah, we can make camp here. We'll make camp here. The crazies will be coming out shortly anyway. Yeah. It's all too common, Targ, isn't it? especially here, especially from the generation of the 60s and 70s. You know, even though some of them were really fond of alcohol, they didn't go that bad. But the ones that left this country, the ones that went to the UK and abroad, they went really sideways really quick, you know? Yeah. What was that generation? The boomers. They were called the boomers, weren't they? Hmm. Yes. I'll tell you a funny story once I go back. I was young and stupid. It would have been... It was... Well, I was making my way back from a club. I couldn't have been any more than maybe 18, I'd say. Oh, and oh, that's stupid. Here, let me just get rid of that. What's the skeleton doing here? I think we might have missed something. Let's just get rid of this first and we'll go straight back. Now, let me see. Let me just get back. Well, it's a kind of funny story. I don't know if I told you guys before, but yeah, maybe I was somewhere between 17 and 19, I forget. It was a long time ago. But, you know, all the guys, let's say, they decided to go out. I think it might have been a Saturday night. So, it would have been in around the old Gresham at the time, in the 1980s, you know. It would have been somewhere, I think, around King's Cross. I've been physically attacked by... oh my, but I never raised a finger, yeah. Only covered myself in defense. Yeah. Yeah. Out of anger, alright, well, it happened to me. So, yeah. I just, you know, shielded from the blow and just smiled and walked away. Yeah. Yeah. When it resorts to violence, you've already lost. No one wins from that. But, yeah, so they decided to go to a nightclub. So I thought it would be somewhere around the Gresham, and it wasn't too bad that time, you know. They used to have a kind of discotheque one side and the band the other, you know. The likes of Joe Dolan used to play there. But it was a big Irish spot anyway, the Gresham. No, said they wanted to go to another club. So we got a taxi down. Yeah, it happens a lot, O'Keefe. It happens a lot. But once we got to the door, I noticed something was off. The whole thing, you know, all this minimum drink and all this. So I said, no, guys, I said, I'm not going in there. And they said, oh, come on, it'll be great. I said, no, I'm going home. So I said, okay. So I couldn't find a phone box and I couldn't get a taxi. So I said, it wasn't really that far, you know. Well, you know, it was a mile or two across there, but I was young and fit, really fit at the time. So I had I had a great idea. I thought I'd cut across the park. I think it might have been Hyde Park. I'm not too familiar with central London. Now, today I wouldn't cross it for all the money in the world. You know, there's lots of shady people. We're talking about maybe midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. So as I was walking through, there was 4 or 5 guys sitting on a bench, dressed with long top coats. So I just was walking down along the path. It was really dark. So they looked at me, and I could see the fear in their eyes, and they turned away, and I just walked by. Do you know why? I was dressed in a long leather jacket to above my knees, and I had a black trilby hat. I must have looked like some kind of serial killer. But they almost wet themselves. I must have looked like a lunatic. But they totally ignored me. They were there for no good. Didn't realize it much at the time, you know. 4 guys sitting on a bench, you know. Yeah, so they thought I was some kind of lunatic. But they literally avoided eye contact as well. which you don't see a lot. But they were there for mugging. There was no two ways about it. They were definitely there for mugging, but that was stupid. And it's only today I think of something like that. When I was dressed like Neo with a black trilby. Oh my god. Okay, we'll get some sleep. I can't see what's going on here. We'll drop it off when we come out. Oh, I think we have some wood. Yeah, I might be able to do a few of the arrows up here as well while we're here. Oh, the guys in the nightclub. Yeah, do you want to know what happened to the guys in the nightclub? Hi Sean, how are you? I hope you've been well. You want to hear that, O'Keefe? But I was right not to go to the nightclub. Okay, let's get this done first. But they went into the nightclub, and one of the guys went up to get the first round, and they ordered 3 drinks, you know, for the 3 of them. But I think they charged them about 20 quid that time. So that was like 5 or 7 times the price of what it was in a bar. So he said, okay, we'll only get 1 drink here, guys, and we'll move on. You know what I mean? He said this place is way too expensive. Yeah? So they were sitting down, this round table, in a little cozy place, you know? But this was some kind of red light club or something. But they were sitting down anyway. So this middle-aged lady comes over. Really kind of disheveled looking, like some kind of junkie. And she said to the guys, do you mind if I sit down here? Well, obviously, you know, it's a free world. So they said, sure, if you want to sit down there, you know, on the chair over across for them, no problem, you know. Who were there to stop her from sitting down? But she sat down, she ordered a bottle of champagne, and she was drinking it away, saying nothing. So the guy said, okay, he said, we know it's expensive here. He said, but I'll go up. He said, I'll get the next round. He said, and then we go. So he went up to get the next round, and I think it was like, the last one was 20 quid. So I think the guy said 170. Now 170 sterling was a lot of money, you know, back in the mid-80s, you know. It was a lot of money. So I said, what's going on? He said, it was just 20, he said, a minute ago. And he said, you know, we were getting it in the pub, he said, for like 4 or 5 quid. So he said, what's going on? Oh, he said, you've got to pay for the company as well. And I said, what company? What are you all talking about? He said, the lady, he said, that you hired. We didn't hire any lady. Oh, he said, she's sitting down there, he said. You're paying for the champagne, he said, in her time. So the guys were absolutely mortified. I think they had about 50 quid between the 3 of them. So the bouncers held them up, took their money, searched them, yeah, and thrown them out on the street and roughed them up. And they hadn't even got the price of a taxi home. They got mugged by the bouncers in a nightclub. But I sensed there was something up with that. Idiots. You know, you want to watch where you're going in London. But the guys were saying, like, this lady, like, these guys were in their 20s. This lady was in her 50s and very thin. And they said it looked like someone was, you know, putting out cigarettes on her chest, kind of thing. You know, she was. They explained her to be a little bit like Smeagol. Yeah, she was a little bit like, yeah. Probably, yeah. I wasn't too familiar with the inner city, you know. Yeah, horrible. But it must have been one of those kind of weirdo places. Yeah. No, it was something off about it. The lighting, everything. I knew there was something up. It looked like a private club. I knew it was trouble. Yeah, I knew it was trouble. I knew it was trouble. And I knew that far into central London, you know what I mean? There's these pretty weird bars and that. Yeah. Yeah, these guys were. Yeah, they were a little more than thugs and criminals. You know, like when the lady asked to sit down, you know, you don't say no if somebody wants to sit down. She should have explained. There should have been a sign up, you know, and that. But it was literally made to, like a fly trap, to get unsuspecting idiots outside it and drag them in, that kind of thing. No, even the lighting couldn't hide the precious. Oh, it was absolute setup, yeah. Definitely seen him coming. Of course they did. Of course they did. But I was even more stupid, you know, walking across, you know, at night, you know, taking a shortcut across the park. The only thing that saved me was my weirdo outfit. My God, I wouldn't wear that now. If you paid me €1,000,000, I wouldn't wear it. But you know, that was the thing at the time. Mm. Oh, I could have. Yeah, there were muggers. Yeah, I know now. You know, four guys sitting on a bench with long coats. They probably had machetes. That was the thing, wasn't it, in the 80s, O'Keefe? They would carry those long machetes when you seen anyone with a top coat. You know, four top coats. You know what I mean? No, not really. Not really. Obviously, there's places in Northern Ireland where there's people, let's say, are pretty violent towards other people of different religion. There's still, you know, but then again, you go to any city and there's bad spots, you know. It will take a long time, if ever, for things to smooth out there. There's just too much history, too much bad blood, too many things, you know. But it's not what the media portrays it to be, you know. It's not like a war zone or anything. You know, it would be no different than, let's say, if you get a major city in the US or a major city, let's say, in the UK, O'Keefe, and you get a little area that's full of bad people, you know, drug dealers, things like that. Well, I'm not saying they're drug dealers, but you get that kind of violence and that kind of hatred, you know. Wouldn't be any different than that, but that's only in tiny areas. You know, the really kind of hardcore sectarian and Republican areas. Yeah. Oh yeah, but it makes good news. Yeah. But nobody's going to buy news if people are giving each other flowers, you know. Bad news is good news as far as the media is concerned. Bad news sells. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, there was a time when it was pretty bad. And, you know, but even those times it would have been, let's say, because of protests to certain parades and stuff. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? But obviously there's places you'd want to keep out of, you know? But I think the same guys can be said, you know, of any major city. There's places you just don't want to be in, you know? Yeah, it's a beautiful area, the six counties, you know? And the people are grand, you know? It's just to get a few lunatics that, you know, like keep it going, you know, the trouble and that. But they're very, very few. Very few. It's more of a kind of vendetta thing, I suppose, between certain families and that. Mm. O'Reilly, oh nice. So really fits in, yeah. Really fits in. Right, let's dump this junk off here. Okay, we'll make those few arrows like I said. I was just waiting for that bit of wood. Mm. Yeah, yeah, no matter where it is. Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah. I've been in some really rough places too, but even the roughest places, there is a certain kind of code, isn't there, Sean? Yeah. You know, there's a certain kind of code. There's a certain line, they won't pass, you know. He had to come back to work, but he would have stayed. Oh, well, maybe he'll go back again, Tags. I've been to opulence before. Oh, when you were young. Berlin. The 60s and 70s. Oh. He wants to. Yeah. Yeah, it might be a good idea, Especially if you liked it there that much. Just make sure he has everything organised. Right, let's get rid of that. Now let's sort out this little junk pile we have before we go off. But we're really targeting the fine wood. We're going to need an absolute ton of it. Oh. Oh, that's not too bad then, sorry. That's not too bad. There. We'll just drop this junk here. I'm not collecting the bones anymore, even though we have that. I'm gonna have to make the obliterator out of the warehouse so we can start destroying stuff. Oh, we'll just keep at this. I'm not destroying any of this yet till I see how much of it I actually have. And we'll store the fine wood here for a while. And that will be going straight out to the warehouse. I was doing a little bit on it. I was checking out some designs and stuff on it. But there's not much you can do with this. There. I think we're good to go. Right, let's be off. Let's be off. We'll just keep sourcing the fine wood. We won't go out of our way. As we're passing it, it will take it down. Oh, of course. Always be aware. Yeah. Three swipes, it timed right. Nice. Fully upgraded one. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, O'Keefe. That sounds like a plan. I always adhere to the social norms of any situation, of course. Yeah. Some of my biggest memories come from situations where we didn't fall prey to stereotyped fear, of course. And everything was proper and great. Yeah. Yeah. You wouldn't let that guide you, of course. But at the same time, you want to be very mindful, Very, very mindful. I've never liked Fanta O'Keefe. I remember, let's say, back in the 80s, it was absolutely horrible. The changes have made it a little bit better. But it's always been too weak in taste for me, Fanta. Now, I do love Fanta Lemon. It's just the orange. And the other stuff. Yeah, I do like Fanta, but not the Fanta Orange. I find it too weak. I like something with a bit of bite, like Club or something like that. But, yeah, the Fanta Lemon is great. Ginger Giant should generally feel safe, yeah. I do worry about him attracting... Yeah. Or, you see, sometimes there's a few guys together. They don't exactly play fair tags, Like a carpet, yeah. You get 3, 4 guys there with knives or machetes and you're in trouble. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's a good deterrence to start. It is. Yeah. Let's just say the odds would drop, but still, no matter how big you are, or even if, let's say, you're a martial artist, like, it makes no difference because a guy could come out of nowhere with a knife, stab you in the back. It's pretty dangerous. The best thing to do is, no matter how big or small you are, is be very mindful. Try and keep out of areas where something like that might happen, Or if you have to go to areas that might be a bit iffy, always be mindful, Oh, yeah, yeah. There's a few places in some of the bars in the UK I could get it, Targ. Around London, the Irish, what did they used to call them? Working men's clubs. Yeah, there was a few. But they will probably ship it over, No, it wouldn't be widely available, Yeah, club is... I've got some here in the fridge. Oh, I see. Yeah, there was quite a few. It might have been Kilburn. It's been so long ago. But I used to remember then a vodka was... what was it, 70p for a vodka. Those were the days. And then it was happy hour. It was almost for nothing. Yeah, Britvic, yeah. Oh, that's good, yeah. Avoids conflict. That is the best way to be. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's always the best way to be. Avoid it if you can. And if you can't, you can't. But it's a good way to live, tags. You know what I mean? It's the way everyone should live. It's the way everyone should live. Now, let me get something to drink. I have the Club Orange here. It's my favourite. There, let's get some of this. It's a little hard on my tummy now, so I can't drink much of it, The Fanta is not too bad in a squeeze, but I was never fond of the orange Fanta. But I know the story, the history behind Fanta. Nice. You can drink it straight, but since it's almost pure alcohol, it's quite a kick, and generally not recommended. Sounds a little bit like pochine, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah. No, we had a skeleton hit us from here, so what was the story here? And we're a long way away from... Isn't that unusual? We're here in the meadows, we got hit by a skeleton. Okay, let's take this and get out of here. So we are looking for fine mud. We need to get to a new area anyway. Oh, we're going the wrong way, you see that? Oh, we can't have that, can we? Well, it's when we bump into the... Oh. The fine mud, we'll take it. Yeah, there's a lot of fine mud, isn't there? There's 3 of them here. I should be able to carry those 3 without too much hassle, I'd say. But we better wise up and start taking this because we need it pretty badly. What did that one? Yeah, there's not a bad bit from those ones, you know that. Seems to be an exact number, doesn't it? I love watermilk tea, Fanta lemon, Coca-Cola, Lilt, and Oasis. Yeah, the last two, let's say Lilt and Oasis, I find to be, you know, doesn't have enough bite. You know, Coca-Cola is pretty good. Let's say if you're working in dusty conditions. But I cannot drink room temperature soda. It has to be almost freezing. It has to be as cold. I know it's better for you. You can drink it room temperature, but and apparently better for thirst. But I just couldn't do it. Well, I'm not sure if I've tried that. But yeah, I regularly drink some lemon. The lemon part of it anyway. There, okay, we got those two. We just take this one as well here for a moment. Go away. And this way we can, you know, pick up all our junk for doing those chests as we're making our way forward. We're trying to get to a new area as well, but see, we'll be running out of... Oh, there's a house, guys. That's something we didn't see before. God, I've missed a lot of these, haven't I? I must have been running across here at night or something to miss all of these. Okay, let's set up shop and take this house. We pretty much have to take the houses. Well, we gotta make the chest now because of that stupid fueling that we killed. Right. Let's scrap it down and we'll use this as a little area and we'll go searching fine wood from here, I'd say. As well. We'll get a few loads and then we'll move on quickly. We got a little shed. And it looks like we've got it. That wasn't too bad. I think we'll start dumping these on the ground. Yeah. There, it's not too bad. We'll bring this one straight back. We should be able to get a good bit of this done today. We'll kind of relax. We'll go to the easier areas and start clearing them out. Give us an excuse then to find some new islands. Oh, cruel, yeah. Probably tags, yeah, probably. Sweet lemony. I probably would like it, I'd say. Bar work, nice. It's quite nutty, yeah? Oh yeah, Dr. Pepper if it's cold enough. Although to start flooding this country with some other stuff, I think it was made somewhere else. Yeah, it's not nice. It depends, where it was made. Some countries have a different flavour. Next level. True. Brown over bitter. Black and tan. Cream soda. Now, okay, let's... Oh, the piece of metal. That's gonna plague us now. And we'll have a pretty easy time here, I'd say, just this little area. I'll give us a chance to source some fine wood as well. Where am I holding the mushrooms? Way down there, but I removed a good few of these boxes today. There, that should do it. Oh, nice. Nice. I used to like, let's say, I remember back in the early 80s, when you can get a really nice cod, before it was on the endangered species list. But I used to love getting, those nice bit of cod, with tiny bit of salt, and a Fanta lemon. Lovely. Yeah, I would as well. But you notice now when you get a cod, it's mostly batter, It's mostly batter. Horrible and soggy. I'm going back to about the mid-80s. Now all I'll give you is that a haddock. Not a lover of a haddock now. It's okay, but I prefer cod. Now let's keep moving forward. Oh, that's the wrong way. We're going this way. Yeah, that's some kind of oh, there we go. There's a few trees there. Should be able, nice, we should be able to take these ones here and still carry them, I'd say. Okay, we'll drop it where it'll do the least. Oh, there's two of them there. The least damage. Yeah, two of them. We couldn't do that, grow them so close together. No, we couldn't. Problem now is we're carrying a lot of stuff to weight restriction. 361, okay, we can take a few more. These are heavy, heavy, heavy. Oh, let me see. Oh, I don't even think we could even take one more. Here's the Black Forest. Little area here. We'll actually set up shop here and I'll take a few trees. It'll be definitely worth a while. We'll get a few hundred fine wood, I'd say. That's some money. No room, oh, don't take that junk anyway. There, okay. Well, we're going to set up this portal. Here in this high spot. Here, this is perfect. And then we'll take the trees from here. Yeah, I think we'll leave the portal here for a while we get our upper load of it, you know that? Honey, who shrunk the kids? Going up in Canada, yeah? Yeah, let's just pause that for a moment. No way. And thanks for lurking, O'Keefe. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night and great day tomorrow. Stay safe, O'Keefe. Bye. Steak and kidney pies. I don't think I've tried them. Yeah. I don't think I've tried them, Turk. Getting a few attacks from these guys now. We'll have to deal with that. Now, we should easily get a few hundred fine wood in this. And get the area finished as well. Would be nice. Okay. Okay. We keep going from here for here. Let's mark this. There. So we know our way back and we'll take a few of these. Oh! There's some kind of little house down here. Eee, okay. Let's get that one as well. I didn't see that. I did not see that. Beehive. Yay! It's been a while since we got one of those. There, that was quick. That was quick. Right, let's get back to this. Just till it gets a little dark. What's that? 96? And 96 on wood cutting. Oh, there's a few, alright. Right, too dark. Time to get out of here. We're attracting too many of these guys. Alright, let's head back with that junk. Now, where is that? There it is. That's it. In a small area here, we'll source all this fine wood. Oh my god. What's Ra? Jensen? Or Zen? I hope there wasn't an I in front of that. Oh, probably I'm mistaken. Right, let's go back with that one. I think we have some junk here. We can take back most of this. You get people making political statements, let's say, about certain factions, and there will be an I in front of that one, and that is absolutely illegal as well. And a massive no-no at Twitch. Okay, right. So, has anyone done anything interesting today? Yeah, suspect, isn't it, Terry? Yeah. I thought all that stuff was done in the 80s. Oh well. Oh, I just keep getting rid of this junk here. Be much more of it. And I don't feel rested anymore, apparently. And I think I have the bees down here. Somewhere. Until we get that warehouse sorted. There it is. No, it's not. Okay, I know you're here somewhere. Strange. Oh, there they are. There. Right. I'll put this stuff away and then we'll be good. Yeah. some people, O'Keefe, and this is what I'm just guessing, putting it out here, and I could be 100% wrong. People who haven't travelled a lot, to other countries and that, and the media can be partly to blame as well. When I hear your voice, you know what I mean? You're obviously then in the Republican Army or something, or something like that, but I wouldn't really be bothered about it. O'Keefe, it's just ignorance. It's like if you heard someone with a German accent, automatically assume something different. Okay. I could be wrong, but that's what it seems like. Let's just say I got a few of those messages before. Okay. Right, let's carry on from here. Oh, we won't let it bother us. We're good. I remember I was doing Fallout 4, O'Keefe, and I was building away. And it started exactly with that message there. Not saying it's the same person, probably not. But it started with that, we ignored it, and then I was accused of being a terrorist. Oh my good God. Yeah, just trolling, you know what I mean? Okay, we need food. Oh, we better keep following this one, I suppose. Even though we're just in around the meadows. You never know. I follow and watch a bunch of German, Spanish, Polish, Russian, etc. other source streams. I have little idea of the bulk of their conversation. Guys! Stop, guys. But I find myself still laughing and getting excited. Cool. Yeah, and I do, even though I don't know the specifics. Cool. That's not common, let's say. Usually people would only follow channels native, let's say, Let's say if you're Spanish or French, you'd follow someone using that language. It's very rare. Oh, hi, Invisibly L. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it, and welcome raiders. And how have you been? And what were you playing today? But we're here and we're just doing a little scouting mission down here and finishing up the last of this little map area here, and getting fine wood as well on the way. Speaking of fine wood, I might bring some of it over now. But we're going to need a ton of it for the warehouse. Oh, that's good to hear. And hi, George. How are you? I hope I pronounced that right. Valheim. Oh, cool. Yeah, I still haven't touched the other bosses. I'm too busy with this. I will bring this junk over here for a moment. I'm doing a bit. I'm trying to get kind of center story done, and then I'll work my way up. Eventually, you know, getting to the bottom floor and that. But I've moved my portal here, the other side of the stairs. Well, I'll light these guys up after. I was thinking about... Where is it? Down here. Probably going with these here. Although it's going to take a ton of fine wood. You know, just something to... so it doesn't look so bare. It's a pity I have to keep filling these with coal. But they'll last a long time. And thanks for that shout out, Tags. I ran a veteran dungeon in Elder Scrolls, cool, and eventually realized that the other 3 people were Spanish, so I used Google Translate to communicate, cool. And we got the clear, nice. It was Sean, definitely. So that's as far as we've got with this here. So we're definitely tied up now for fine wood. We will need fine wood for the walls, quite a lot. And each chest will take 10 fine wood. So each of these pillars would take 48 metal, let's say in chests, and 240 fine wood. You know, on these. And that would be half, obviously, you know, just being just a front section. So I've been... you know, having it all ready there for when I get the tar. And then I can build it up. And then I'll need to do that junk along there, so obviously. I can do that as I'm going along. Here, let's do a little bit of it now. No, hang on. I need that fine wood. I need that fine wood for the chests. We'll do that later. We'll just keep storing that. And we'll be off. We'll get back to our exploring. So this is the center floor. And where is that again? Let me just go up to the top here. As I said, I haven't done a ton on this because I have to go source the materials. But I like the view. Yeah, it's a really nice view. It's definitely a pretty decent view. I hope you have a good night. I'm going to get ready for bed. And thanks again for stopping by and raiding Invisibly Ill. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe and take care. Bye. Hi Spook. And how have you been? That's as far as we've got with this. This is going to take a humongous amount of metal and fine wood. But still, once it's done, you know, we should be okay. But we're talking about an absolute ton of storage. Absolute ton of storage. And we still have the bottom area to do as well. Not to mention it's going to take a lot of tar. But there it is, counting the attic. It's, I suppose, could be considered a 3-story. And then I'll have to think of something to do on the outside. Nothing too much, you know. All good. Me, thanks. Oh, that's good to hear. Right, let's get back, and we'll just... what we're doing is just doing a little bit of exploring, clearing an area, and we're taking the opportunity to get some fine wood as well. We haven't been doing that all along. We didn't really have use for it, to be honest. Good night, Terry, and thanks again for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest and great day. Be sure to take care of yourself, Terry. Have a good one. Bye. Okay, let's be on our way. We've got a lot of exploring to do. tar will absolutely hold us up here from advancing as well. Yeah, that will definitely hold us up. You know, the tar situation. And that's in the plains, you know. And then eventually metal will get us again. But we'll get it. Now, I just want to check something for a minute. Right. Now. There we go. Right, okay, let's keep going with this. We'll see if we can get some fine mud in that and just, you know, each pillar will take about 240, so if we take our time just as we're exploring, pick it up when we see it, we should have it in no time. Although I sourced an awful lot of that today. A lot. Okay. Let's see, is there any more around here? There's a few here and there, and we'll start getting rid of them. Try to do it with a minimum amount of damage if I can. Those guys are everywhere, aren't they? No. Yeah, so we can have a relaxing time doing this. We're getting all our materials ready. There's a few of them here, alright. Oh, let's check our weight. There's something in there. Oh, piece of bone. Yeah, weight is okay. Yeah, you can keep messing about here, I'd say. Ooh, there's a house. Let's take this guy. Let's take this guy. Yeah, I always take the houses. Always. Right, where are you going? Yeah, there's still a few. Alright, 369. We might be able to take a few more. It's kind of a new area, isn't it? It's on the outskirts of what we already did. .413. Okay, we'll have to head back with that. Now, where is my... this way? Oh, we're pretty close. Yeah, we'll be able to get a nice bit of fine wood here before we have to move out, I'd say. Seems to be a few bits here and there, alright. Okay. Right, let's keep going. We'll purge the land of fine wood. Should get enough for a good few chests here, I'd say. That's one thing I haven't got a ton of. I think it's because they're so hard to see. Those ordinary mushrooms. Hey, where did he go? Right. Oh, I see a few here. Two. Right, another one. Oh, for goodness sake. There. Don't knock that tree. I don't want that stuff. That's why I hit it on this end here to stop the damage as much as I can. Now, see any more around here? There's one. There. Let's see if I can drop that. That's gotta do damage, I'd say. Yeah, it is. Okay, just hold in there. These guys are rampant, aren't they? Ah, sugar. That was the stupidest thing ever. Now we're gonna have to get that one. God knows how many he's gonna drop. Nah, I won't be able to. Ah, that is something, isn't it? Classic. I'm gonna leave it. Oh, we're near the swamp. There's a swamp here, guys. Did not know that. That is a classic. Watch this. I got a tree up in the air. There it is. What was that? Oh, the 2 forks. Like that's what? 1,000,000,000 to 1? Ah, it's gotta be 1,000,000,000 to 1. Oh, Rex, come on, give me some room. My dog. He's pushing me off the chair. Oh, Dogger Village. Okay, looks like we'll be taking that. I just marked that there. Okay, we'll come back for that one. I thought it was a swamp. We'll work on that later. That's a classic. There's a good few bits of fine wood as well, but we'll get those in a moment. I'm more interested in the fine wood. Oh, sugar. Where is my... There it is. It's okay, I marked it properly. Okay. Get rid of the lighter ones, that's it. I won't take the heavier ones. Ah, you. There. We take 17 of these. Why not? I will have to dump some of these in the harbour. There. Oh, I made it back just in time. Oh. of fine wood there, I'd say 108. Not bad, not bad. Where have we got the wood? Here. Money, blah blah blah, food, some arrows as well. Must be getting a chest somewhere, I'd say. Nice. Okay, we're getting there. We've marked a village anyway, we'll get that a little later. Almost there. We'll have to go to that guy and sell this junk shortly as well. Nice, nice. We're getting plenty of materials as well and getting that area done. I never thought I'd be using as much fine wood. Only usually for decorations and stuff, but yeah, the chests, they take 10 each of the fine wood. There's a lot of chests. Might do a little bit of that mountain area as well a little later. We'll just see if we can get this area done. It'll be a little slower than usual because we're picking the trees as we go along. No, okay. There we go. Now, don't go to the village yet if I can help it. No, it's going back the wrong way. Let's see if we can source a few more of these trees. Although we're probably better off going straight to that village. Oh, that was a 1-star. Right, I'll go straight to the village. We'll take this junk with us here. That should be a good place to leave this portal then, I would say. We'll ignore everything and just go straight to the village. This way here. I'll ignore everything except that. Oh. Oh, there's a lot of them here, alright. Where's that village? There it is. Oh, there's a lot of scrapping here. This is going to take ages. Yeah, let's set up shop here. Stupid. No. Right, we're all set. Right, let's hurt these guys. And then we'll bulldoze their village. But he was tough. That's an elite. I doubt he gave a trophy, did he? Nah. The ones in the dungeons give a lot of trophies. No, not this time. Not this time. Oh, hello. Maybe I should have telling him we were doing a census. Might have going down a bit smoother. Stupid torches. Okay, I want to get smaller buildings first and then we'll... Oh, beehive. Okay. What is it with me and beehives? Oh, the clubs are up to 62. There's usually a couple in the tower, alright. Oh, we got enough torches to last a lifetime. Hello. Okay, just the main building, I'd say. The rest seem to be clear. Let's get rid of these torches. Oh, there's another one down here. Look at this. Quite big as well. Let's mark that one. Okay, let's concentrate on the village. And there's a few trees we could take here and there as well. Just get the village out of the way. Okay, the main guys. Spawner is the thing. Oh, the throne, you see that? Should have been a few nails in that, I'd say. What did I get on that? Yeah, nails. See? 3 iron nails. Not common in these. I think that's it. Just a beehive. Right. Let's get scrapping, I suppose. Oh no, hang on. There's 2 more guys left. Oh, there's a house down... No, there's a ton of houses here. Okay, we'll scrap from here. They're safe enough for a while. And we'll start putting our workbenches everywhere once we get enough of this junk. Okay. Right. Now, start putting a few of these all over the place so we can scrap this area with ease. Oh, come on. Okay, no wood. Right. Okay, let's get rid of that bed. Alright, there's one little area. You don't really find that many of these. But they're around alright. Okay, I think we have this one. Get rid of that bed. Okay, we'll cover up a little bit now, I'd say, just for a moment. Oh, the torches. Right, that's all we can carry. Let's go. Let's go back with this load of junk. And a lot of wood now as well, so we'll probably have to ship that out to the warehouse pretty shortly. Oh, hang on, we're here in the warehouse. Fair enough. I forgot about that one. Yeah, that's an unconnected one. No problem. I suppose we'll put it in here for this one at least. It's hardly worth it working away all the way around. Hardly worth it. Yeah, I changed that tag. Oh, hi PK. Oh, early morning, 3 AM, but pretty good. Pretty good, my day's going pretty good. I hope you've had a good day. And how have you been? We just found a Downgrade village. And even though we're still fixing this up, I chose the wrong portal and we winded up here, so I thought I'd just drop that junk off. We're starting to get the grips for this, although it's still going to take a lot of material to finish. But, you know, all of our storage needs and more than will be met. We'd never worry about storage again once that's done. 10 PM, ah, yeah, that's 5 hours ahead I am. 3 AM for me. We go straight back to our settlement. Eventually we'll have it hooked up to the warehouse, you know, for this, but for the meantime, right back to the settlement. Yeah, we got some stuff in the air as well. I have to bring in a stone cutter for that one. That's unusual, there's nothing supporting it. It's... Oh, I see. That's gone. We'll have to go back now anyway. Okay, we'll hit back with this one. Yeah, okay. Straight back with that one. We'll get our hammer. Oh, hang on. We can do a little bit of this here. You know, while we're here. A little bit of fix-up. So, how's your day been, PK? Very dark for this, isn't it? Yeah, maybe use that light. That's a bit better. Not much, but a bit. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, it's about all we can carry anyway. Alright, I think we have the... It's been... Yeah, pretty much the same here. Yeah, pretty much the same. Although I've been staying in a lot to try and avoid it, you know. Well, it's not too bad now, so it's still a little uncomfortable, but still tolerable, you know? No. Going the wrong way from this one. Oh, we still got those stupid torches. I don't feel rested. I see. Looks like we'll be moving out some of that wood shortly. There we go. I wonder where... I think I've got the nails upstairs somewhere. As far as I know. Once we have all our compartments done in the warehouse, you know, we won't have all this junk out here. Oh, yeah, it's not exactly cool now, but, you know, you just about manage it. I do as well, yeah. I prefer winter time. Although here, it's kind of clammy and humid as well, even in the winter. You know? Pretty strange weather here. Yeah, we're okay without food as well for a while. We get that village done. Yeah, winter's better. Easier to kind of stay warm than it is to stay cool. We'll get back as quick as we can. We'll soon have that village gone. But definitely we'll kind of restock our supplies. You know? Oh, I forgot to get rid of the nails. Yeah, well. It shouldn't be too hard carrying those for a while. What have we got on this? Ah. Ton of junk. Let's see if we can get rid of those stupid torches. There we go. Now let's get going with this. I'll get those in a second. Right. Kidding me, there's still a guy left. Yeah, I hear him alright. Oh, the guy in the tower, yeah. The guy in the tower, we'll get him later. We'll let him watch as we destroy his village. Yeah, the one I just left is my main settlement. And the other one is the warehouse we've been working on, PK. I'll be going back in a little shortly with this load and I'll show you, what we've done with it if you wish. And this is where I get the vast majority of my building stuff. We're doing all of our crops and stuff there, you know. We've also got some wolves and boars. But it won't be our main storage. Because I've built it a little bit too much maybe on that. That's why I picked the island over across from it for storage. There's a huge storage facility. It's going to take a while to finish. There. Okay, let's just colour this one in for a moment. Let me just get this little area out of the way. Oh, I don't have to, I just like to patch it back up a bit. So what's left? There's another few houses around the area as well, I've seen. So we want to be mindful of those. Something new. That would have probably been the warehouse. Yeah, I'll drop back out in a second. Actually, I'll bring the next load of wood out there. Let me see what we've got in wood. We'll just collect a little bit more and then I'll show you. Make it worth our while to travel out. Let's grab a little bit from this. Where is it? Oh. Okay. Okay, well I head off with this little bunch of wood and I'll show you the warehouse we were working on. No, I'll be going out there anyway, PK, yeah. I'll be going out there anyway. Let's see. Core wood, fine wood, drop off the nails, blah blah blah. We'll be bringing that. Oh, that. Yeah, that's perfect. I'll drop this whole thing out. I can change the tag from here. The unconnected one should bring us. There we go. Oh, hi Tigger. Pretty good, pretty good. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, pretty well here myself, thanks for asking. And what have you been up to today? This is what we've been working on, PK. A large warehouse. Although it looks more like an 1800s workhouse. You can see it from the outside. I did a lot of terraforming here to get this thing going. But it's massive storage. 10 cigarette deaths. Oh, cool. I hope you make it. And good on you as well to try, you know. So that's what it's like outside. Well, I'll still be doing a little bit more on it. And thanks for following. George, is it? I hope it is. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Yeah, it reminds me of the old 18th century workhouses, or the old military prisons, actually. There's a large patio up there that I think I'm going to work on a small tower here, right in the center. But it's pretty safe, except flying creatures, obviously. It was really fun killing the trolls from here, from the walls. But there was a lot of digging here. Huge amount, all the way up to there. And inside, well, the only thing we've been kind of starting on the middle room. We got most of the stuff out here we're working on, but you can see these will be, you know, just a large area for storage. But as we go up top, you'll see it, let's say, when it's kind of finished and more decorated. Oh, I think you can. Yeah, if you put your mind to it, you can do anything, Tigger. Anything. Yeah, you've got a good incentive. George, nice. No problem. And thanks for that, George. And thanks for following. I have a feeling that, in one of the future and not too distant updates to the game, make changes to the storage. And you're not going to need the warehouse anymore. We can convert it then. We can make it a nightclub. Every Viking needs a nightclub. We'll call it a warehouse nightclub. Let's make our way up and I'll show you when a little change, and we'll be doing that down here as well. So when finished it will look more like this here, and these are pretty huge chests, so you can hold a lot of stuff here. Just let's say in this section here where it says bones and it's full, 7,200 in that. And nightclub. So it will be done like this. It's just a matter of getting my hands on enough materials to finish. Well, here I'll probably put trophies or something. They're too small to carry these ones. And we'll definitely have enough storage room here. You can see where I'm waiting on the materials to finish this size. It's huge. It's got 100. It's got 200 times more storage than I need, but I just wanted something. I just wanted to overdo it, you know. It is hard. I have tried before and failed. Yeah, but you never had that incentive. You know, if someone told me that, even though I found it almost impossible before, I'm sure that would be enough incentive to push me through, you know? Yeah, but I think you can do it, Tigger. I definitely do. You know, I know you got what it takes to do it. And this will take us upstairs. This will be for food storage, you see. It's a lot smaller because of the roof. So it'll just be single chests here. So it'll be ideal for food. And of course this brings us out onto our kind of upper patio. I'm still thinking about doing something right here, square, with a roof. Like a kind of clock tower kind of look. I wonder if we could make a fake clock. You know, like, or a fake bell tower. Something like that might work. Yes, it is. But once you get over the addiction stage, then there's the habit, you know. There's the habit. So, yeah, it's breaking the habit as well, you know, as well as the addiction. Oh, my pleasure, Tigger. So, and you can see the strength on this. It's not bad. You know, it's got that pale green, and it's quite high, you know. But I didn't spare the metal on this one. Took a ton of metal. Absolute ton. But I think the little tower I'm thinking of here would be ideal. I could use the other end of the tower, although I don't think I could put the obliterator up here. But it would definitely need a kiln. Yeah, because that junk downstairs runs on coal. And I don't want to be running over, so I'll probably have a kiln up there. Okay, let's store this away and we'll take out that village. You've seen the main settlement, PKS. Yeah, you probably have, the one I was just in. Yeah, let's just put this away and then we'll should be able to get back to it from here. Well, I can put away that food anyway. There's a few things I'll have to go back. Or we're literally using the fine wood as we're getting it. There, okay. We will go back to... Yeah, and I can use the other portal to get back out again in a moment, the bottom one. This will bring us back to the house. Right, cigarette and a do. I only focus on taking one away. Yeah, it's more important to quit the... Yeah, definitely. And try to kick the Jew habit as well. Yeah. Then trying to, yeah, to kick it. Yeah. 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 Well, you know, the tobacco thing, it's still smoke. Yeah. You'll have to get rid of that as well, unfortunately. And then we have our main settlement, where we'll have a harbour, portal hub, crops, large house, wolf, and boar pens. Or enclosures, I should say. But this going will go up. I still have to work on this again. You know, it has to be strengthened up and decorated and finished. Not to mention a little project on the lighthouse as well. We're doing the lighthouse as well. I'll be changing that for Darkwood. It would look quite nice in Darkwood. But you're talking about tons and tons of tar. It'll be slow progress. You know, as we get the materials, we'll be using them. But I haven't wasted a second on this game. You know, everything has been out getting the materials and then using them when we can. But we've wasted no time. But I think you've seen this one, as I said. Oh yeah, we've got the beehives here in the centre as well. I'm surprised they're still working. You know, usually when you put them close to something, they'll just say not enough space, but I think that piece beneath it coming up about half a metre made a difference. I might use that trick again in the future. Okay, where are we going? Oh yeah, putting away that meat. Yeah, I suppose now is the time to collect some food, isn't it? Yep. Yeah, we're okay with a fix-up on the weapons. Just collect some food. Well, when you run fast, it gets a little bit shaky. But to be honest, right from the very start, you know, unless if you run fast, it gets a bit jumpy. You know, even out and about with no building, you get a bit jumpy. Right, let us get some rest. We switched from Mixer to Twitch, yeah. When I followed you, that shows how long you've been. Oh, yeah. You gotta be kidding me. I'm here that long. Oh my god. I didn't know. I didn't think I was here that long. Oh my. I thought it was more like 2. What time flies, doesn't it? Yeah, that would be a good indicator how long I've been here. Although, yeah, you followed my tag, but it was a good few months after I actually came over. I just had the tag ready. So, yeah, in about, yeah, roughly, yeah. It is. It is. 3 years, my. What? We were almost, what was it, about 10 months or 12 months on Mixer. Oh, why thank you. And the same to you. Oh, it's, hang on, let me check the date on that again. What's the date? Um, 3 years, 19 days. Yeah. Yep. So, it was this month I moved over. In the summer. And what are we now? Around the start of July. So that would have been around the start of July 2020. Would you believe I thought it was 21? Okay. We spent the vast majority of that time on Fallout 4, didn't we? With a few bits of Skyrim and maybe The Witcher thrown in. Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was 21 I moved. But yeah, I thought it was only here 2 years. Time flies, doesn't it? And even at that I thought, okay, in a few months I'll be here 2 years. Why? I suppose as we're going now I can bring over some of this junk. Yeah, I wanted to move some of this anyway. It does, doesn't it? Now, we're here, so the wood is this way. I don't think... we might have the stamina to get there, will we? No. But almost. Oh, we will. We just have enough. Just. There. Not bad. That's a lot of junk moved. Okay. The bottom portal will get us out. And bring us back to that place where we were scrapping everything. Now. That's what I might do. Have one portal connected to the house, and this as a kind of free roam portal, so we can come here directly without going to the house. Yeah, once everything is going correctly. Or one portal might be enough. Why any junk here? Nope. FGS, yeah. Yeah. But he's lucky to be alive, you know? Very, very lucky. Yeah. It goes to show you too. How many times have we said it? You know? You never know when it's gonna come. You can expect to live to a ripe old age, and odds are you probably will, but for some it doesn't always work out that way. Fate has other plans. And that's why you should always live every day. Get the best you can from every day. That looks okay. Now, yeah, no, that's just one very rough. There we go. I can probably take out that workbench. Now we need a stone cutter for that little guy. I'll do that in a second. We'll move up this here. And it's time now to get rid of that as well, so we'll move down our stone cutter. Just get that little patched area over with. Ooh, this fog is really bad. Extremely bad. There. Now we're getting there. We'll soon be done with this little guy. But these guys are having the run of the mill since the other guys were killed. There, okay. Where are you now? Come here. There. Okay, we just got the guys up top to do. I better move this back, I suppose. Ah, come on. There. Right. Even though there's a lot of fog, I think we should really get this thing out here. Let's see if we can work on these little guys. It'll be dark at a moment, we can rush back to this chunk. There's just these three little things to do. Should be quick enough. I got some hemp gummies. Nice. It says take 2 and call me in the morning. No, I don't think it's supposed to help me quit cigs. Probably not. $20, really? Which is better than my cigs habit of $50 a month. Oh. Here cigarettes are extremely expensive and I smoke a pack a day, so what would it be a month? Let me see. About $650 a month. You know, changing over the money. Between $600 and $700 a month. Yeah, it's really expensive here to smoke. It works out about $1 a piece for a cigarette. Good incentive to give up. Oh, the rolling stuff. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it will be much cheaper here. But still, I'd say it would still work out about 270, 300, I suppose. Even that's kind of, you know, fairly expensive. $10.50. Here, mine is about 18 euros. So what's that? About $19. Yeah. Or, well, you know, something like that. 18 something. Really expensive. Right. Let's cover this one over. Right, house in a tower. We'll have to kill those guys, but it shouldn't take long. Is there a workbench here we need to take out? Yeah. A few bits and pieces. I suppose I'll go for it now. Very, very patchy. I think there's still a few houses around here, guys. Not too fond of these places, they just take too long to take out. But this still supplies with a lot of materials, so can't complain, I suppose. I remember when I was a kid and my mum would send me down to the drugstore with a note and $1 and I couldn't get a pack of cigarettes. And I could get a pack of cigarettes and a piece of candy. Not anymore. Yeah, it was cheaper to roll them then, and I can smoke all month, yeah. I am about to bank the cig and save it. Nice. $2.10. Oh my. They're still here, actually, in the bars and nightclubs and stuff. Yeah, there's lots of them. There's tons of them. Oh, we're full up. I see. Okay, let's get back with this junk done. Here for a full. I'm not gonna store some of it here for just a moment. Not really. Maybe if I do this and put that in there. Yeah. Let me see. Take these and put that. And take these and put that. And again with these. That. Okay, that'll give us a little bit more weight. We'll get this last of the junk. We just have the tower then. There we go. Now let's cover this over. There's still a couple of houses around, I think, just outside the village as well. Yeah, we're coming back for you, don't worry. Right, let's get back with this. Oh, hang on. We need to change the tag on that. There. There we go. Nice. They removed them. Oh, probably because kids were using them, yeah. For decades, yeah. I haven't really been out and about in a long time, but they used to be here. I'd say they still are. But for $12. Ah. Yeah. They're about $20 here, Perry. Yeah. And if they rose the price, let's say, in the US to $24, they'd still buy them. They've no choice. You know? No choice. Now let's start filling this. That. And that guy. That one. And this guy here. And the bees. The bees are here somewhere. There. There's the bees. Alright, almost done with this. Okay. And a few bits of honey. I think we need to sleep. Definitely. 10.50 in the store, 12 in the bar. Ah. 150 more expensive. It's always been in bars, a little bit more expensive. Lighter cigarettes, oh my. It was alcohol that kept... Oh. Oh my. Yeah, little by little. Here, on average, it goes up about €1 every year. The government would add their tax, and then the company would take their piece. But eventually, you know, you won't see anyone smoking, which is a good thing, to be honest. You know. But, you know, I don't mind them trying to get people to stop smoking. But, you know, I like how they make a massive profit as well. You know, I would have more respect for them if, you know, it wasn't in their benefit to you know, to keep jacking up the price. It's like another thing I agreed with here. They wanted to get rid of the plastic bags, you know, when you go shopping in your groceries and that. So I thought they'd just stop doing it, but no, they didn't. They came up with a plan. They would charge you about $1 for every bag. Again, that stopped a lot of the bags blowing around and rubbish and stuff. But they made a huge profit from it, you know. So every time they do the right thing, the incentive that drives them is profit. Doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. It would be better if they worked on some kind of plastic type, biodegradable kind of bag, you know. That would have been better. Yeah. They haven't been making... That's something they'll never come to grips with, is in our genetic makeup. You know, there's 1,000 different ways here. Here it's put towards the public health service, you know, which kind of makes sense. You know, smokers will wind up there eventually. But I doubt the research centres would get just a tiny fraction. It's like when we used to give money, let's say, to charity organisations, send tons of money there. And actually there was a little investigation done by a local TV crowd. But apparently for every €2 that we give here in this country to a certain charity organisation, I won't say its name, 3 cents of that actually gets to the people that need it. The other 98.5% of the money goes on administration, holidays, jets, meals, conferences, that kind of thing. Yeah, that was a bit of shocking news. But it would be interesting to see the profit, well, let's say from the tax and that, and then how much of that is actually used for these research things. I'd say a tiny percentage. Yeah, it's way better. It's way better. If you could give someone $1 that needs it, it would be like $100 going through an organization. Yeah. Oh, nice. The Star Wars Fallen Order. Cool. Yeah. They worked it out. 3 cents out of €2. But the CEOs of the organization, the guys that had in charge here in this country, they all took a trip to Las Vegas Yeah, I had a great time. They bought a couple of new cars as well. I couldn't explain why they were needed. Yeah, just for private use. And this was money that was going out to, the starving kids in Africa and stuff. Really, really horrible to see people doing that. But I've given my time freely, on occasion, let's say, to charity organisations, obviously for free. My wife has, also, for a long time, actually. She even took a job for no pay there, once we got a bit older. And the stuff she's seen, everyone there wasn't getting paid, except the manager. And she was running it like a business. And no proper bookkeeping, zero. So, I'm not saying she did, but if she wanted to, she could skim as much as she wanted to from it. No sense of bookkeeping, zero. It was, one of these charity stores, I beat the game on story mode. Well, that really ticked me off. Now I'm playing nice Jedi Knight. They have 2 harder levels. Oh, cool. Whenever you see an organisation getting a lot of money, no matter what they say they're using it for, there's going to be a lot of corruption. Always. It seems to follow a kind of template. The bigger the organisation, the worse the problem is. Okay, right, let's finish these guys. Oh, it takes ages to take these villages out. That's a pity too, I wanted to grab some fine wood there. But it's nearly gone. It's just these guys in the tower. So I'll have to be quick to switch over to my weapons when these guys come down. They don't get any fall damage. Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, there's 2 of them. Is that the 2 was at the top? Oh, they came down. No, there's a few more there. I think that's it, that's the end of it. Just gotta make sure we get the last of this down here, not waiting all day for this one. There. That's it, guys. I see this house down here, and I think we might have seen something in here as well. So I'll definitely get that one. Yeah, let's just cover this thing over. It's just one pretty large village. Oh, that's the village. Done. Done and dusted. Okay, let's have a look at this house. We see what's going on here. I don't. In the church here, yeah. If the pastor is living high on the hog, yeah. Instead of giving it to the poor, he or she is a scammer. I totally agree. You know, you see guys looking for money, you know, and going around in fancy cars and jets and stuff like that. It's a scam. You know, if they're, you know, just kind of middle of the road and giving what they can, it's legit, yeah. Yeah. I beat the game on story mode. Cool. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah. But I totally agree. If you're looking for money to do good deeds, do those deeds. And it can't be for yourself, you know? Yeah, it cannot be for yourself. It's one time consuming little village, this. No. I don't think that was the house. No, it's another one. So the other one we've seen, I think. There. Now. Where is that house? Oh, maybe it is the house. Yeah. No, there's another thing here. A little tower. Oh, there's a chest in that one. I just get rid of that torch. Way too many buildings here. Looks like we're fighting again. I think we have the village now, surely we have. Right, I think that's it. Yeah, we can hang around here and take a few of these trees as well. We'll get back with this junk and we'll Store it all away and get rid of it. That's the village gone. Well, that took time, didn't it? We got a ton of junk from it. Yeah, we definitely did. Okay. Now. 403. Okay, we might have enough for one of these trees. I doubt it, but let's see. We need to find wood desperately. Ah, okay, we'll get that when we come back. Oh, we've got a friend coming as well. Right, let's hop back with that one. I got a decent supply of core wood now. Nice, but last night I got sidetracked. Always happens in this game, doesn't it, while exploring. I have to continue my quest for building materials tonight. I always get sidetracked in this. Always, you know. But the way I look at it anyway, I'm gonna finish everything on the map anyway, so you know, it kind of works out long term the same thing. Okay. Right, I think I've got nails inside somewhere. I was using them for armor stands. Croc, do you play words with friends? What's words? Oh, it's that thing you can get up on your stream, isn't it? Yeah. I've never done so. No. I've never done so. Is it that word game thing that I see streamers using? Like Scrabble. Yeah, I've seen it. Oh, I think some of the streamers use it. Yeah. Like Scrabble. No, I haven't played it. Yeah, word game, yeah. Who did I see using it? It might have been Corn. There was some streamers. There was a few using it. But I think you need an OBS or something. You need a PC. Yeah. I don't think you get that on console. But it looked fun, yeah. Where you'd have, let's say it was one more game where I'd give you maybe 5 or 6 letters and you'd make as many words as you possibly could and the viewers could join in. That looked pretty fun. It's an app for the phone. Yeah, I don't think it's available for console. Pretty basic, isn't it, the console? Yeah, it's pretty basic. Yeah, I think I've seen it on the apps. Yeah. No, but the one I'm talking about, I've never seen a one that's say the app for a phone, but I've seen some streamers use the word games on their stream. You know, like how many words can you make from X amount of letters and that, you know. But I think the letters they give you would be scrambled up. It would, let's say, at least make one full letter. It's just like, you know, the stuff you'd find in the crossword puzzles. But I've seen a few, surely you have as well, a few streamers using it. But I rarely use a phone trigger. Yeah, rarely. I just have one as a monitor, and out from that, you know, I don't even have a phone number. Yeah, I gave that up when I retired. But I've seen streamers use the word game once. Forget who it was. It might have been Corin. Oh, hi Lucy. How are you? Yeah, well, we're just talking about, you've probably seen it as well, streamers using kind of word game things on their stream. That would be through OBS, wouldn't it? On PC. Doing fine. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, yeah. You know, like to give you OBS. Yeah, I was thinking as much. Yeah, yeah. I was just saying it, yeah. You can get them for your phone as well, but it's easy. But not on stream elements. Ah, I see. Yeah, all through the OBS thing. An inbound bot. Oh, cool. Good stuff. Nice. But that thing would need a kind of, thing that you could see here as well. Use the PC. With stuff and a tutorial. Nice. So we're still working away at this and collecting some stuff on the way. So, what have you been up to today, Lucy? Yeah, that's what I was just saying. You'd need OBS. Yeah. You'd need OBS. Well, you'd need to have a layout anywhere that you could see as a streamer. And you're not going to get that without OBS on Xbox console. There we go. And just the things upstairs. We'll see. I'm nearly sure I have the nails up here, guys. I was using them for an armor stand. There might have been some left, so there should be a space. Yeah, they're there. There. Alright, let's go back and finish this. Should be able to get a little bit more fine wood, I'd say, from that area before we move on. So no. I remember looking into that a couple of years ago, I think. And I assumed as much. Never seen a console user use it. No, none. None, because you need that interface across your screen, And you're not getting that without OBS. And that is only for PC, none for console. Oh, it's a fun game. Oh, there's a few. Well, obviously. So, what have you planned for today, Lucy? Just taking it easy, yeah? Ah, that's it, we got everything. Right, we're going for this. Oh yeah, you see this? We get an attack. Come get it. Come on. Now this is a settlement attack basically. So you just need 3 pieces. The portal, the stone cutter and the workbench was enough. Oh, they're doing a little circle around me here. We just gotta beat off these guys as they're coming in. The archers are the biggest problem and annoying as well. I don't mind those archers, these ones pack a punch alright. Yeah, we'll let those guys far away. It'll help our block anyway. Oh, I hear some pigs dying in the background. Those poor piggies. Ah, I'm getting sick of these archers now. About time. That was one long attack. Let's get rid of this guy. There. That's the end of those guys for a while. That's the attack over. Oh, we're throwing away the bones. We've got too many. In a few hours, I think in a few hours going to sleep again. Nice, getting some rest. Hi Andy, how are you? Another defense test. How have you been? Hi Venish, hope you've been well. I'm playing the beta test version, it's very cool, so I won't give any spoilers. Just came from my feedback. Oh, cool. Yeah, we just took out one of those villages. Well, we're not. I've got 7,200 of these, and I'm not taking any more. Let's dump that. We just took out the village, and what I want to do now is to just source a bit of fine wood, because we're desperately in need of some fine wood. Until that attack kind of interrupted us. So we'll be going for the fine wood. Okay. Oh, still one left. Silly skeleton. There's always a few left. There. Get rid of that bone. Right, we'll just clean up as much as we can before it gets dark here, and then we'll finish off this area. You killed Bone Mass just now. Oh, nice. I'll have to tackle him eventually as well. I've just been kind of knee-deep in this resource gathering, building kind of thing. It's getting dark. Oh, there's another one here. There's a few of them. Let's see if we can get it before it gets too dark. We have enough room for now, we have plenty of room. Problem is the light. Okay, we better go from here, guys. It's getting just too dark. There's another house here. Let's mark it. I told you there was a ton of houses here. Massive amount of houses. We've been taking them out for about an hour. And they're still showing up. Oh, can't go with the metal. There we go. Let's go straight back. Perfect. It's not easy without a club. Ah. So blunt damage. Well, obviously skeletons. Right. I think we might switch portals in a minute, guys, to the mountain for a bit of a change. How do we get out of here? Yeah, maybe we need to change. There we go. We just dump the rest down here, and then we'll be good to go. Your sword broken. I had to finish him with axe and spear. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's enough. We just gotta fix up. We're okay for food for a while. It's just meadows, black forest area. Yeah, we should be okay for a while. Wolf jerky. Okay, I'm kind of running too fast anyway. Might as well get the food. There we go. What do we do? We go back to the mountains for a while. I'll source a little bit more from here. And maybe we don't have to stop for the fine wood. Yeah, we'll stop collecting the fine wood for a while. Although we need massive amounts of it, you know. I think maybe we're okay for fine wood for a little bit. I can get that anyway when I'm not streaming. We'll concentrate on clearing the area, I'd say. That might be a better option. Right, let's get back to it. I think I want to hit that mountain area again. It's the last, you know, where we finished the last cave. There's a little bit of it left, just pretty close to the Mistlands. Okay, we'll move out. Now, I just paused this for a moment, guys. I just want to check on something. I shan't be but a moment. Now, that's done. So, yeah, you see where we are here now. There's that stupid house. Let's go and get that house anywhere for starters. What's that up there? Oh, that's another deer that was killed a moment ago, probably during the attack. Now, where's that a house? I want to get that anywhere before I move out. Where is it? There it is. Okay, we'll do this with an axe for a moment. See, there's still a bit of fine wood here, but it just takes too long. Although we're in no immediate rush for the fine wood. I will only stop for these. And I'll come back here later and get the fine wood. That would be the best way of doing it. Doggo gone. We should have enough. We have. Should be an option to scrap everything, you know, with one stroke. That would be nice if we got that in the update. Although I could see a few houses coming down pretty quickly after spending months on them. There have to be maybe a couple of buttons together, something like that, to make it safe. There. That's enough. We'll stop with the fine wood for a while. I'll bring this straight back so we don't have anything slowing us down. And if we... how do I get back anyway? Oh, sugar. I haven't marked my portal. It's gotta be... It's back here, isn't it? There it is. Oh, silly. Oh, we got a big storm. Well, that's it. Okay, let's move forward. We'll just mark anything we'll see. Just this area here and here, and then we'll do the mountain. That should be cool. I'm out to slay the dragon, but I'm running after bitumen to renew my base first. Ah, you need some tar. Pretty good, Chalk. Pretty good. And you? How have you been? Yeah, we're just taking out some of these here. Well, we could. I think we got that one. And just closing down the map. Well, we have an idea, well, for the type of stuff we want in the warehouse. But it's requiring a lot of fine wood. So we've been kind of collecting that as well. But it is pretty crazy, yeah. And that's exactly the way it is, up and down. It's exactly the way it is. Life is definitely a roller coaster. So we'll tank our way through here, close up the map, and just be on the lookout for for areas to raid and houses to take down. Well, at least that's finished now. So we can kind of, finish the last of the map here. Make sure we don't miss anything. So houses, burial chambers, anything like that, that's what we're nosing around for. I think we're good. Oh, there's a house. We got one. Okay, let's take the house. Well, that's the only thing we'll stop for. Okay, let's mark this. I just want to close that map first. You see it down there? A little bit. That's that. Okay, let's take that house. Oh, hang on. You know what that means. There's a burial chamber here, I think. Or something. Yeah, right down there. We got ourselves a burial chamber, I think. There it is there. Burial chamber, let's mark that. I almost missed this. These are so easy to miss. So we'll go for the house first and then we'll run down to this. I almost missed that little guy. Especially in these kind of foggy conditions. Right, let's go up and get our house. And then we'll hop down for that burial chamber. Should have known anyway, this place is pickled with them. I so very love the rain in this game. It makes it hard to see a distance though, doesn't it? Bitumen. Yeah, it takes foundation to another level. Yeah, there's some nice bits with it, yeah. Bitumen, tar, yeah. Yeah, it uses a lot of tar, doesn't it? Now, Um. Okay. Let's just do that little thing here. Get this guy out of it. Come on. Ah, really? There. Now. Let's go for our house. And this is how you get sidetracked big time in this game too. You set off doing one thing and winding up doing something completely different. Now, we'll be getting rid of the bones. We've stopped talking those a while back. Where are those bones? Bye bye. Oh, they're heavy little guys as well. Okay. Let's get back with this guy. We'll drop that off. Add to the game. Oh. Yeah, asphalt, tar, bitumen, tarmac, macadam. Pretty much the same. Although I've rarely seen asphalt used here. From time to time, it's usually a heavier grade of stone that we would use. Whereas the asphalt is more, more like sandy stone. Now, I wonder when the update is coming out for this. It could be a few months, I'd say. Probably. Well, I'll go straight back, I'd say. Here, we'll just drop the meat here. We'll get that in a moment. We'll clear up that house and see if we can get that burial chamber done. Oh, attention. Oh, I see. Deficit. Yeah. Now. Okay, that's our house. Let's get rid of that little marker. Let's just give it a quick makeover. I want to drop that junk back. We'll hit that burial chamber real quick and get out of this area. I might come back later for the fine wood. Okay, let's drop this back. It's just a little bit of wood and stone, but I don't want to be carrying it with me into that burial chamber. It's storming really bad, isn't it? We'll transfer that over shortly, I'd say. There. Right, let's hit that that burial chamber. I'll just put a marker here on this so we can find our way back, but it's not that far. There. Oh, where is it? Down here? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I see. This way here. There it is. There it is. Oh, I'll get that on the way out. Here we go. Yeah, we won't be taking bones anymore. I just took it from here to clear it, but we will be dumping them. Yeah, I've had it with the bones. Right. That's one. I think. Yep. Going for number 2. And that's 2. Oh, that wasn't a long journey, was it? There's just one left. There's one more. Okay, we go this way. Okay. That's that one done. Okay. Right, I think we almost have it. Oh, I think that's it, guys. Oh no, the other door. Yeah. The other one. Well, that's one door. That's it, we're done. Oh, we're getting cores. My god, we have a lot of cores, you know that. I'll have to stop collecting them shortly, I'd say. Well, that's it, we're done here. Okay, how are we getting out? Sugar. Oh, it's back. I don't know how to get out of here. Yeah, let's pack away that for a moment. This way. Here it is. We're out. We're done. Oh, almost night. There we go. Let's make our way back to the portal. Well, we've got a good bit of this done. Still a bit to close in. I want to be doing it here and coming down and then eventually doing that. Okay, where is that portal? We're getting close. There it is. Perfect. Alright, we'll get straight back out of here and clear this. Get this island done. Now, oh, stupid bones. Cores, where are they? Yeah, the rest goes down here. Okay. Yeah, we badly need tar. It's the only thing that's really holding us up, you know. Okay. I think we might be taking a trip to Haldor shortly. There's any junk down here. Okay, let's flog that off to Haldor. This will take just a moment. Oh my. Here we go. Now, there. I've got 5 of them full over there. But a lot of that will be spent on lighting. Almost all of it, I'd say. Yeah. And that and more, probably. Okay. Let's fix this guy up. Get some rest and then we'll go out again. We'll grind out that section. But we'll stop taking the fine wood. It's taking too long. We'll take the houses when we have to. There we go. Yeah, everything is okay. We just carry on with this. We'll finish the rest of that little map area. We'll get that portal out of there eventually. Yeah, I'm still bringing the axe for fine wood. Maybe should have leaving that behind. Where's our stupid chest that we had? Remember we had a chest. Oh, I don't know where I left that. We had a chest with a piece of black metal. I probably left that behind in some other spot in the dark. It didn't really matter anyway. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah. I forgot about it. Got my first Stone Golem trophy last night. After we talked about it. Oh, that's cool. Congrats, Perry. Yeah, do you remember the little chest thing we were going around? That's the worst of it. Yeah. It's not here anymore. There was only one piece of... oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. I thought I left it behind. I thought I left it behind somewhere. Yeah, we didn't. It would have been the first time I forgot my chest, but not this time. And that's cool. Now we gotta close up this end here. And eventually move down here. And get this out, but this would be the... Oh, I hear a troll. I'm almost sure I hear a troll. Or... Now... come on. Oh, he went down a good bit, didn't he? That he did. It's not an easy one. No, apparently it's kind of rare. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, it's just probably less than 1 in 10 chance, I'd say, on that one. Gotta look out for all cabins and stuff. We'll be compelled to take those ones. No, I'm not interested in the deer. Let's get down this way. Okay. I need to kind of turn this way a bit. Strange layout for the rocks, isn't it? What have we got here? We probably read all of these ones. Found a spot where 2 of them were hanging out. Got attention of just one of them. This guy did not find both of them at the same time. Nice, crystal farming. I make sure I miss 0 here. Okay. Oh, there's wolves up there, alright. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Let's take this one out. That's it, guys. That's history. Now, let's see. Now I go this way here, isn't it? Pretty much. Okay, I want to... I'm making sure we're a little bit more protected. There. Get the odd stray wolf coming down from the mountain, I'd say. Oh, that's the mountain, alright. Just close in that little area and we'll soon be done with this. Is that a house? No. Looks like a... There it is. There's a house there. Biggie as well. Okay, let's go for this one. I might be able to carry it out without setting up shop. No, not much to carry. Oh, I think that's about it. Okay, let's get rid of him. Right, that's the house out of the way. I may need as well because I like fighting, yeah, since I have poor reflexes. So on her eggs. Price of getting old. Definitely. Definitely. Archery is great, yeah. It's with an axe. Nice. I've been using this one here to get the stats up. I think it's like 60 something or something like that. Let's see, is there anything else to take here? Probably not. Okay, we nearly have this coloured in. Be nice to get it done before dark. Okay, let's move down. Oh, a little bit there. There, we almost have this section of the map done. Which way is it now? This way here. Pretty close to one of those. Oh, a tiny biome there. Just a couple of eggs, but there was a frost cave on that one. Strangely enough. Oh, we're here at the plains, guys. Ooh. Now we'd want to be very careful here. We want to be extremely careful. Oh, there's a house. We'll take this. Oh, go away with you then. Okay, let's get the house. Oh, this is only a tiny plains area, but it still get killed, so we want to be careful. Let's go for this one. And then that's that huge area. Oh, sugar! I missed a spot back there. Let's mark this. Oh. Okay, this shouldn't take long. Be better to camp here anyway, we can get that fresh in the morning. Okay, we'll probably walk up. You can live. Cannot believe I was looking at the map. Where is it? It is there. And that's marked wrongly as well. It's actually back there. Did you make it out alive? Did you do a run there? I am a struggle. Both God jumped in the swamp without a portal. Oh. Not good. Yeah. Again marked wrong. It's back there. Now, how I missed it. Just, oh, here's another one I missed. Oh, there's another one I missed here. It's very easy to miss stuff, but there's no excuse for missing that section of the map. It was probably covered by cloud and couldn't see it. No need for missing that. There it is there. Oh, here's another one. Right in the spot that was missing. Ha! Ah, that's why I don't like missing stuff either. Yeah, longboat burial. That's it. Okay, I'm happy now. Let's get back to that house. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. There it is, right down there. This is a small plain area, but you never know what's there. Now we'll park here instead of going right up to that. Suppose we could try taking one of these trees. Make use of that axe before we go. Well, it's too late to be doing this, I know, but we just get this one more. There, that'll do. Okay. Perfect. Have to make an axe first, yeah? No, no. You're always in danger in this game. Never let you get comfortable. Anytime you get comfortable, yeah, you get killed. We just barely made it back in time. Barely. We're okay. We're taking the house and we should be pretty quick going through that tiny little stretch of plains. I didn't see it all. It might be stretching out. There's possibilities, but I doubt it. It's not very big. Okay, but I think there is a village down there. So we can have a bit of fun with that. If that's the case, then I better bring my my barley wine. Okay. We would definitely need some barley wine. Arrows. We're okay for arrows. Not too bad. Right, we're nearly there. That's nice. That was that big area finished. We'll soon be off that island as well. Running out of places to raid. Right. Let's go for it. Just getting ready to buy drakes. Oh. Yeah, after you kill that guy. Oh, hi Sloppy Six. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. And how have you been, Sloppy? Right. So we want to be careful in the plains. It's only a small sliver. We'll just head out there quickly and get that house. Get it stored away and then we'll hit the plains. Should only take a couple of minutes. Oh, let me get something to drink for a moment. Oh, I'm gonna have to go on a store run today. Oh, I despise that. I better get more with the times and start to do this internet shopping thing. Seems easier. Hi, Big Daddy Slade. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been today, Big Daddy? Or would you prefer I called you Slade? Ah, that's good to hear. Not too bad, not too bad. It was pretty humid all day. It's not too bad tonight. But we've been getting very, very humid weather. Slade is fine. Perfect. So, do you play much Valheim? Probably do, yeah? Well, we've been playing this since March. Since its release on Xbox. Awesome game. But pushed all the right buttons for me. Huge map. Free roam. Kind of medieval. Lots of building. Lots of collecting. And lots of grinding. Play it on PC. Also, I've been playing it for quite some time. It's about 2 years out, isn't it, on PC? But we've been doing this. Excuse me. But we've been kind of sourcing the materials piece by piece, So this would be our main base. I'll drop some stuff out to our warehouse. It's still in construction. I need to get rid of some of this junk anyway. Yeah, we'll bring that out. Oh, I thank you. Appreciate it. It's about 100 meters square. This is our warehouse, but it's still in construction. Now I'm overloaded. Which way to the wood? This way here. But I wanted to overdo it on the warehouse, and I definitely did that. I'll show you the warehouse in a second, and I'll show you what we did back the other thing. But I haven't finished any of these yet because, you know, I've been using lots of tar and metal in this. And this is kind of the quickest way of, you know, getting this stuff out. But the way the storage is, I will need absolutely tons of fine wood. But what I do is I scrap all of the houses I come across, and that's where I get most of my materials. I rarely have to chop a tree, but I had to make exceptions for the fine wood. So this one is still in construction, but it will be probably finished something like this. I'll light those up with coal a little later. So something like this. But still a lot to do on this. There's still a good bit of work to do on this. And we go outside for a moment. Well, there is one moment. Where is it? We're in a center room here. And this is a smaller area, so I'm thinking about food here. There'll just be a line of chests going center, and I'll do something with the walls. But still needs a bit of work here. This brings us out onto a large balcony. I was thinking about a small tower here in the center. And then put something on it. Maybe try and make a clock face or something. Yeah, this is for storage. Where? Yeah. Let's just say we can hold a lot of stuff, Sloppy. Sure, no problem, Slade. I'll go right back in a second, and I'll show you what we've been doing. It's far from finished. You know what it's like in this game. I was going nicely, and then I was tripping over all the trunks for storage, and because I needed the materials, I had to keep on pushing out, getting more, and rarely leaving anything behind. So it got to the stage where I had to concentrate then on the warehouse. This will be the same, once I'm finished here. But it's kind of 1800s kind of workhouse, military prison look, I suppose. The wall is perfect, I can easily kill trolls. And the flying creatures, it doesn't matter how much I build the wall anyway. But I did a lot of terraforming here, right from there. The trees I put back myself just to, to give it some kind of look. So I wanted to kind of bowl it in instead of having a sheer cliff face. You can see the height difference. And this is our warehouse. But I still need a centerpiece here. Right here. And it needs a bit of work on the outside. Oh, well, thank you, Slumpy. What does your map... Oh, I did a good bit. There. Now, when I explore a map, I do everything. Every single inch. And raid everything before I move on to the next island. Oh, well, thank you, Andy. I walk away for a minute and then I see a new building. What's this? Oh, that's the warehouse that we're working on. for a junk in our trunk. So that's the warehouse. We'll go back to the base. We just gotta get in. But we've only killed 2 bosses. You know, I've just been so tied up with this. And all of my spare time is kind of spent, you know, getting the resources. Okay, let's go back. And we'll do a little base tour. Let me see. I'm kind of getting lost here, but I have a rough idea where everything is. You know, we're just doing the metal and everything out here. What you're talking about, probably thousands and thousands of fine wood, tar and iron. I wouldn't even count the stone and wood because it's easy enough to pick up, you know. But copper as well and tin, obviously, for these. I'll light them up some other time. Yeah, let's get back. And I'll show you the base. The new updates, so war modification styles will be able to enable the free build mode. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of Minecraft creative thing, yeah. Yeah, I think I do. So, what we'll do is I'll go outside and we'll work our way in my exit portal here. But this one is pretty secure, except from flying creatures, but there's not a lot you can do. Now, this is still in construction here. But that was the original ground level over here. This I took down all the way up to near the portal. And I'll show you why. This is the original ground level here that I still haven't got around to finishing. And that was going all the way back across the settlement. Now this will all be done with darkwood. Once I manage to source enough tar, and there'll be a little lookout post on each corner. Eventually, you know, when I get the stuff. Ballistas, yeah. Hi Ultra, how are you? So this goes all the way around. And the wall is pretty strong because as far as it's concerned, this is ground level, so this is where it wouldn't go down anymore. So the original ground level was 8 meters from here. So a lot of digging. We will be doing a little lighthouse as well. I've just got a little bit of that done. Got sidetracked on some other projects. So the lighthouse will be there. The harbour area is still in construction. It's kind of halfway out and halfway in. So that will be getting a huge roof as well. I was thinking about messing about with a crystal on that on the front, you know, to see what I could do with it. But this will be all changed for darkwood, and we'll have our little lookout sections here and here. But the crystal will be ideal for the lighthouse, you know, and the bonfire. But this was going out a little bit out to here, and I dug it down for our harbour. It might need another skim, you know, around the harbour area. Okay, so let's go inside. And I haven't actually even finished one building 100% complete yet. You know, I'm always getting held up with materials or getting sidetracked with something else. Oh, hi Blonde. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? I was just showing Slade here the settlement that we were doing, our base, whatever you like to call it. So, were you playing some Skyrim or Fallout, Blonde? I'll work our way back in. Okay. There. Now let's go make our way back in here. Tar. We seem to be gone for tar. Skyrim. Nice. Right, in we go. So, inside Slade. Well, this will be a large shed once I'm finished here, you know. And that's our wolf pen. That goes all the way around to the side. Just ordinary wolves. So the harbour itself, it still needs a lot of work. It will be a harbour and a lot of other things as well. I'm thinking a portal hub as well. So I stopped construction on this to do some other stuff. Now, the other side will be like this, so I've covered over my kiln. I'll do the same with smelter on the other side, but I'll be probably using lots of fermenters in here. I don't need this for storage anymore, and I decided that there was so much built here, you know, holding thousands of pieces here might not be a good idea, you know, so that's why I did the warehouse. So there will be a carbon copy of that on the other side. Oh, we can also use the top section for something once I start to decorate it. And obviously the other side, and we could do more portals here. This goes out to our walkway. Now I was thinking about using a portal to get up here. Just maybe putting a roof on it. Not sure what I'll do up here yet. Now let's go down and we'll get to the house area. So, this is how we did our growing garden area here. One is just a copy of the other. So here we have our little seed storage. The reason for that was to hide a workbench to stop the spawns, to be honest. Oh, this makes all the builds on my server look bad. Oh. Now the reason I did these, and you can get really straight crop lines with these guys. You know, the way you work it is when you're going with your crop, let's say. You just push your guy in here and just, you know, just like that, and you can put a really straight crop line in. It was always ticking me off, you know, the uneven crop lines. So that goes both sides, and in here then we've got this kind of thing. And we have 5 beehives each side, so 20 beehives here. Oh, well, thank you, Slade. And basically the same here, but there's plenty enough crops, you know. And what you see here is exactly repeated on the other side. I've been using the diverger lights, although they're expensive, 620, you know, from the vendor, like the one I'm wearing here, for my lighting. It's way more stable here than the torches, and I don't have to, you know, build it up. So this is the boar thing. It's just like the wolf one, but except we have 2-star boars. And I am kind of considering making little pens for them down the side. We'll see. Now here we have our little centerpiece. And that's just a trophy from one of those stone golems. And I did dig this down enough to get a water back up here, and we have this kind of castle sewer look thing. That's running straight out to our harbour. And then of course our house. Now this will be changed once I get enough jute to cover the floors like a red carpet. And I haven't done any decorating in here, just little bits and pieces here and there, and eventually I'll get to finish this. So this will be our main area. Still needs a lot of work. I will be covering the entire floor with this stuff here. Jute. Now this is our forge area. Again, I haven't finished it, but I'll add some weapons and shields and things like that. Yeah, that was the first thing I thought about when I came here. That's why I got the level down enough, you know, so I could do something like that. I was thinking about raising it or leaving it highish. And I'll decorate and I'll figure out something for that later. The workshop will eventually be down here. There's also 2 stairs going up, one on each side. I've done this with crystal and we've just used a trellis thing on the outside. So this will be our workshop. Just like the other one, except the piece is different, obviously. Now, to get up to the main bedroom, we've got to use one of the stairs. And I will get rid of that grass later when I'm doing the outside of the walls. Not sure what I'm doing here yet, so this will be decorated, you know, with some armor and stuff like that. And that's the workshop temporarily. This is our main bedroom. Again, needs to be finished. So I've gone with a 4-poster bed on this one. We've used the Rancid Remains trophy. A little personal chest each side, mostly food. Use another one here. And some thrones each side. I've hidden a banner within the wall to get an extra comfort point. And above it there's also one of those maypoles. Audiobooks, your voice would suit it well. No, I haven't, Slade. I have not. I removed the bricks on this and added some crystals so we can actually see the smoke from the fire. That will eventually be another glass case, and this is not staying here. I'll find a decent spot for it. So this is one of our display areas here. So I will be doing another one here. And maybe something a little different there and there. And eventually when I get something decent, I'll put it in a display case. Out here there's a different kind of display area. Where we've done the Fennis and Abomination armor. Not so sure about those, they're a bit big, but they're a good way to hide the corners. And I'll eventually decorate this as well. But a lot of lighting went into this. This will be our kind of outside patio here, so we can look over our settlement. And I'll probably use a portal to get up here once I finish it. And this I will use for my hot tub. But I need to get the right materials and the time to finish it. And that's everything, guys, that I've done on this so far. Whoops, there we go. But once I'm finished it will look a lot different. I'll kind of tweak it. I like to do something and then, you know, kind of tweak it as I go along. Where I'd build it first and it would be like a kind of base design, and then eventually, you know, just keep tweaking it, and eventually I'll get what I want. Oh, well, thank you, Slade. My pleasure, Sloppy. So, let's get some rest. some food, and we'll do a bit of exploring. So what we've been doing is just gathering up the resources and stuff, which we'll need like tons and tons. But we're not doing too bad, you know, we've only killed 2 bosses, and, you know, out from the Mistlands, we can move relatively freely enough through all the biomes. Well, obviously the plains, that's the riskiest one. But, yeah, we can still handle it pretty decently. No problem, Blonde. Yeah, I totally understand. But thanks again for stopping by and raiding. I appreciate it. I hope you get some relief from that, you know. And I hope you get a good rest. And take care and stay safe. Blonde. Have a good one. Bye. I have to go to bed now, but I will sure be back again, and you're welcome back anytime, Slade. And thanks again for stopping by and following. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. And slow knuckle Spanacht. Slade, and take care. And there we go, guys. That's about everything. So now, as I said, I like to totally, you know, gut everything and take everything. So, you know, hence the large warehouse. But there's some stuff, you know, that you can't really stockpile, like of iron and tar. It's pretty hard. The riskiest thing on the plains are basically the tar pits, you know, or not clearing enemies from a section before you take it out, like that little mistake I made a few streams ago, which I won't be repeating. So let's get back to this, and we'll do a little bit, and once I've got enough stuff again, we'll get back into the building mode. But I'm kind of stuck on the warehouse until I source some more tar, so there is a small possibility there will be a tar pit there. But if not, I think I've got a few marked out on the other side that we can get on the other stream. We get on another stream. Okay. But I'm really interested in clearing that map. But we have been stockpiling a lot of other resources. You know, like wood and stone, which we'll definitely need as well. I intend to do a reasonably large base on every biome, so, you know, I'm going to be playing this for quite some time, I think. And I will need a lot of materials stockpiled. Okay, let's just put this junk away and we'll be off. And this is just a temporary fix for a while. Where have I got those? There, we're ready to go. Now, let's get to it. Oh yeah, we've got a little house to take, and then we're pretty good for that tiny little sliver of plains biome. We'll see what's there. But you can get killed just as quickly in a tiny area like that as you can in a large plains area. Right, we'll take this and we'll take that a house, and then we're ready for the plains. But I do carry a ton of junk with me because I reclaim all of the houses and structures, you know. So that means I carry a lot of junk. And thanks for hanging out, Perry. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. I hope you have a good rest and great day. And take care. Bye. Oh, you're not calling. Oh, you were just in response to. Ah, no problem. My mistake. There we are, and that's where we marked the house, wasn't it? Okay, let's go get that one. Now, we're getting pretty close to the plane, so... I can't pause the game while I change weapons, and it's the easiest way to get killed. There's the house we want to take. Hello. There's some wolves there as well, but you know, that's not what we came here for. We're going to take this quickly and drop it back. That's what we're here for, and then the plane's is just right in front of us there. A little sliver. Whoa. Oh, it is a pretty small area, isn't it? It's absolutely tiny. Hang on. It's just this area. Oh, sugar. It's absolutely tiny. Look at this, guys. I thought it was a larger area. Mistaken for the other one. Come on. Come on. Come on. There. Yeah, it's just this area here. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's just this. This would be a great spot for a plains farm. Oh, if it wasn't for you. Wouldn't it? It's just this area, just between those rocks. Okay, that's silly now. What is the fueling here? I can hear him. There he is. Here. He was just too slow. There he is. Yeah, just one. Just this area, look. That has got to be the tiniest biome ever. Wouldn't it? Yeah. It would. You could have your, you see here, you could have your black forest base, right? And you could grow your flax and barley here. So here you've got the black forest, you've got the mountains, the swamp, you've got all the biomes except the mistlands. You've got the swamp, the plains, the meadows, the mountains, and the black forest. Yeah, it's a tiny little area. And you just have one fueling and he'd probably respawn. And a couple of mosquitoes. A couple of mosquito guys. Okay, let's take this. Now, okay, well, I have to build all the junk because that's the problem when you're carrying metal. Now, we wouldn't have to do this if you could transport metal back through the portal, but I can't see that happen anytime too soon. But at least we're advancing on the maps anyway and getting them out of the way. I should get a reasonable amount of stone from this one as well. Look how far back I put that, really. It doesn't matter where you reach it from here anyway. There. Might be a skeleton up there, is there? Nah, long since dead. Right, we can transport that back immediately. There, we'll just give it a little bit of a tighten up. Where are you? Okay, that's not gonna work. There. There. Yeah, a little bit of plains there as well. Unbelievable. Plains, mountain and black forest all mixed together there on that. Right. Right, let's drop this junk back. We're not taking bone anymore. So we'll dump that. Yeah, we shut up shop on the bone. My plains farm is an awful spot. Ah, I wish I had that set up on my server. It might be a little bit safer there, alright, yeah. And it's big enough for a nice little garden for growing flax and barley. On the lookout for a better spot. Ah, yeah. Yeah, if you haven't committed or put too much work into a main settlement, yeah, that would be the thing to do, alright. The problem with this game, it's so huge, you know. But the way it is now, I'd settle for some nice scenery, you know? Ground level, to me, is most important. You know, if you want to get a large flat base, ground level would be the... That's why I picked this spot here. Out from that, it has nothing going for it. The view is terrible. Absolutely terrible view. Oh, we have to go down by the side of the swamp to get to that tiny sliver of plains. I thought it was there. I wasn't really paying attention to the map. And until I fully fix that warehouse, this is going to be probably the situation with most of this stuff. What do we like for arrows? We're okay. Let's see, will this guy sleep? I prefer to set out, you know, at daylight, if we could. Well, early morning. Give us max amount of time to get it sorted. I don't think he'll sleep at this time, will he? Oh, he will. Nice. But now, sugar. I think it's one of the shelves is loose or something, that everything keeps falling out of that stupid fridge. Just get something to drink, and then we're off. With the villa idea, nice. I found a snowy plains area close to a few other biomes. Nice. Yeah, the Roman villas were very, very interesting. You know, the enclosed walkways, the large garden in the back, which usually they'll have a kind of avenue going up with usually lines of poplar trees. You know, and then a vineyard, usually out front. Sometimes I feel like drinking, but I have nothing to drink in my house and no way to get it here at midnight. Oh. Yeah, it is a bit late, alright. Now, my god, this weather here, I've got some kind of chest infection because of it. You know, the sudden drop in temperature and then it would raise right back up again. There we go. Now off we get that and we'll move. This is not ideal, but we're just making it down to... Where is it again? Yeah, we're about there. So we're gonna travel... Oh, hang on. It's a large plains area. It looked like a little sliver a moment ago. I'm silly, you know that. I thought it was a tiny area. What is the Black Forest coming across? I think it's all jumbled up together. But I've seen elements of all of it there on the ground. Doesn't look too much like that on the map. Yeah. Yeah, it was, wasn't it, a tiny area? Or was it my imagination? Yeah, now it's not now. I don't know, it's strange. It looks a lot bigger now. Let's go back up and we'll look again. Well, we're going that way anyway. Oh, it's kind of morphed into... Yeah. It was my imagination. Ah, that's good. That's good to know. I thought it was a tiny, tiny sliver. Yeah, it looks quite... It looks pretty big now from the here. Oh, it's just basically coming down like that. All we could see was this, wasn't it? That there. And the swamp kind of crept right up to here. Ah, the map might be just a little bit off. Yeah, I know you're not drunk. The map then is not always accurate. Right, let's gather up our junk. And we have a lot. What's that? H2O. I get that one there. We need that. Oh, we're not getting any houses. And that. Now, we need to be very careful here. I can rush back anyway and get my wine stuff if I need to. Now let's have a look at it. Oh yeah, he's still back and he's killed something as well, a deer. He's killed a deer. Yeah, it was a deer. They're lethal, absolutely lethal. Go away. Yeah, this is a little area we've seen. There you go. Swamp. Yeah, it is just a tiny area. The map is slightly off. And this is the mountain here. Or is it? It is. Oh, he's gonna hurt me if I don't get him down off there. Come on. Come on. Oh my goodness. See, I need them on relatively. There you go. Got him. He spawned back rather quickly, didn't he? Hmm. Twice today. Now he's a rug. Oh, I got caught by a group of them once in the dark. Walked straight into him. Low health. I might have to come across here. Yeah, I really don't want to mess about right now on the mountain. And this, oh, there's the rocks. And the swamp is depressing. Really is depressing, the swamp. Ah, I hate those mosquitoes. Oh. And this went real bad real quickly, guys. Real bad real quickly. Okay, we'll let these guys fight it out. Oh my god. Oh, we'll leave him, we'll leave him. We'll leave him fight that guy there. He'll do our dirty work for us. There. There. Let him fight it out. Getting all my stuff now. Nice. I stuck in and fed the logs and tamed them, so now they leave me alone. Hmm. And that could have gone very bad there. That guy with a torch can be a bit dodgy. Ah, sugar. Now you see we're full up of junk. Oh. This is a bore. We definitely need more menu room, you know that. Or a way to take down those houses without the stone cutter. That would be helpful. I'm going to start dumping this on the ground when we get back. Just to save time. And the black metal is not helping us either. No, we're not keeping bones, so we'll dump those. For a while anyway. Okay. Try and make it worth our while. Let's go back with this. We'll just dump it roughly. I love that knife, yeah? The razor, yeah? It saves you a lot. I never got around to doing it yet. But when I'm going to do the knife skills, I'll definitely make that one. Yeah, I was getting late-ish anyway. Oh, I didn't get much done on that run. Definitely not. I think though we'd have enough time to just kind of push down maybe, will we? Maybe. Although it looks to be... Yeah, okay, we'll try. We'll try. The day seems to be going fairly quickly. Another bonus, my boar survived the drakes. Oh, cool. Yeah, the air raids. I don't like moving this late. You get stuck out here in the dark pretty easily. Now, let's see where we're going. Alright. Down here to this corner. Just try and keep away from the plains for a while. There we are. Right to about here. And that's the village where we'll do our attack. Yep, we will be doing our attack. Oh, we haven't picked a blueberry in ages. There. We'll go to that marker symbol there and we see what's going on. It's down here. Almost there. It's probably on that rock. There's a stupid portal here, guys. Oh, I can't believe it. There's a portal here. 1, 2, 3. See what I'm saying about marking portals, guys? We can get rid of this portal now. That's what I'm saying about marking portals. What was writing in this? Oh, we had a ton of stuff in it as well. We had a ton of stuff. Right, we've got this other portal, guys. Do we need two? I could run this portal. That's 1, 2, 3. See, I didn't put in the tag name, so I couldn't tune into it. 1, 2, 3. I forgot. That's why. We'll run this portal down here and just leave it and we can go back another time. And it's the 1, 2, 3 portal then we can use here, and I just got rid of that junk as well. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we put... just MC, metal collect. There. That would do. There, that would get it off. That's where it is here. I was wondering what that was. I had a wolf raid hunting me. Really? And they destroyed my portal that I put up on top of a rock. Yeah, they can jump pretty high. Yeah, it was probably low on the side. It's got to be in a way where, let's say, you can't get up. That you got to jump. Then you're okay. If you got to jump. But check all the sides, because sometimes at an angle you can kind of walk up. Yeah. That cost me dearly once. Okay, that's not bad. We can use this portal here for pushing forward, I'd say. So what did I say? I wanted to run down here. And we'll try and leave it down, so we'll be doing, you see this area here? We can work from 2 portals. Yeah, that would save me a lot of hassle, and then we can come straight back here. This one even had everything. Yeah, it literally had everything. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's get going. I thought it was something that I just forgot to remove the thing. I can't keep track of all the portals I have out. Yeah, it even had some metal. Well, that's not the way we're going, is it? Well, kind of. Where are we going again? No, no, no. We're going this way. We're going back up here and out that side. In that new area. We'll try and get up before nightfall. Although I doubt it. But we have that 1, 2, 3 portal right there, so we won't lose any time. Yeah, just down there. Just down there. Odin prayer needed. I get rid of all my metal. I did. Back at the other one. So I hope I did. I suppose we'll source a bit of food while we're here. Oh, go away, I'm not interested in killing you. I see if we can get it reasonably close before nightfall. Yeah, we're almost there. Oh, I don't want to run into a troll as well when we have that. Ah, you can live. Not in the mood for that. Let me just hit down by the coast, we should be good. Yeah, it's just down here. Oh. Oh. Okay. Didn't expect to run into this. With a bit of luck we'll be able to carry this as well without setting up camp. There, that didn't slow us down in the least. Now, let's try and get down here. And I can set up that portal. Okay, almost there. It's a good bit down yet. Just want to get in there before the night sets in. This is a good spot now. Here. Yeah, we'll never make it down there. It's a good spot. This will do. And there's the night. I should always remember to keep a decent marker on these. Like that. That's all I needed. There we go. Ah, I see. Now. Do we get out of here? I definitely need some lighting in here of some kind. Now. Yeah, we picked up a fir cone for some reason. Oh, we got that one. But we did. The blueberries and the chunks. Put that there. Blueberries here. That's it. We're almost done. That's good. If we've got 2 portals out there, we should be able to, get through it pretty quickly then. Out from bring them back eventually, I suppose. But I can do that some other time. And arrows. Yeah, okay, maybe a little top up on arrows. Would help. There we go. Right. We'll go to the 1, 2, 3 portal and we'll finish the plains. Dangerous one. Yeah, I forgot to put this stupid tag on it. Perfect. I'm hoping before I go to get that little plains area done and maybe that little green area done as well. They're not that big. Would you believe I've been on for over 5 hours? It only feels like 2. Yeah, it only feels like 2. We got a nice little area finished all the same. Okay, we're going to the plains. We're taking that. I really just don't feel the time going on this game. Or any game I'm kind of immersed in, you know? There. Let's say 1, 2, 3. We'll push that down. We'll say it's a village anyhow. I wouldn't mind taking it out. Although we definitely want to be careful. Not make a silly mistake like we made last time. No, running in like a hero. There we go. Let's see, we should be able to carry the 6 pieces. It was 6, wasn't it? If you look at the explosion, not if you run in and die. Ah, I see. That might be dodgy, guys. I don't know. We should. I don't know if we can carry all of this in 12 pieces. Was 120. We might. We'll give it a try. Not sure if we can carry all that. Yeah, we can. Just about. 12 pieces. We have a little bit of space left over. We're not too bad. We have got to be more than careful here. Now, where is that? There. Okay. I know there's a village here somewhere, but we wanted to explore this, didn't we? And hopefully not get killed. Yeah, I want to cover in this map area. Right back to the swamp there. Okay, so we might have to kill a few swamp creatures, but... Just want to get that little map area fixed up. That's about it really, isn't it? We just run down here. Yeah, that's good enough. Excuse me. That's good enough. Yeah, good enough. Now let's carry back on here in the plains. Wanted to sort out that map. Let our stamina build up for a second. Perfect. Aye! Almost get me a heart attack, you know that? Okay, that's a little different now. We try to do it fairly, but what's that? 14. Let's get rid of that bone. Okay, it looks like we're using the bow. Yeah, just this little area here, I want to check it. I don't think we get a tar pit, but I marked a village, so there must be one here somewhere. I must have seen it from the mountains. It might only be a tower, we'll see. But usually when there's one of those, there is a tar pit as well. This area here, and we'll be coming back through here. Now let's see what we've got. Make sure I don't use too much of that stamina. Yeah, up here apparently. There really needs to be some kind of hotkey system or something for this. There. Now, apparently down here, I'd need to set up some kind of base on a rock here. Oh, for God's sake. Oh. He was a bit slow on the uptake. Okay, where's this village that I marked? Okay, maybe down here. Well, if it is a full village, I'd want a pretty decent... There it is. I'd want a pretty decent vantage point. There it is. There's nothing fancy around it. Okay. They can easily get up here, but... there's no great way of attacking this. But it is properly marked. Right. Well, yeah, I'm getting rid of the locks, and I need to go back for I need to go back for more arrows. But the locks has to go. I do retreat, and that guy's gonna take me out. Okay, I'll set up camp here. It's not safe, but it's definitely not safe. But I have a good retreating area down there, I suppose. Right. Well, I could use this to a certain extent. Give me a bit of breeding room. I think this is going to be all bulwark from here. Let's go get our locks. There. Waste not, want not. Right, so we're going for the village, so we can get this little area done. These can be cagey little guys. Oh, I forgot to put a marker on that. It doesn't matter, I'll do it when I come back. Okay. We should definitely be able to get this anyway before we go. We still have a half an hour. Get that maybe and even get a good start on the other one. But especially that, because I want to free up that portal. It's already got some metal and they'd have a ton of it, I'd say. They usually do. There we go. The last thing we want to do is run out of arrows. We can portal it back anyway. We've got our wine. We've got everything ready. We just need an early start and no fog. Zero fog. Yeah, we're okay for food, I think. Check in the morning. Shamans and the big guys, they're the ones to look out for here. We don't have much of a retreating area either. So I actually might bring a little bit of wood with me to construct something, let's say, to stop them from getting in. Might be a good idea. We'll be bringing back a ton of junk from that place anyway. It's not going to make much of a difference. There's something to give us a bit of a breather. Stone even would be a better way of doing it. 100 more than enough. What was it? 1, 2, 3. That would probably work. Doesn't have to be pretty, just something temporary for us to fall back to. Actually, I could build it up here on the hill. I'll bring up the stone cutter as well. Probably no need to do it, but we'll do it anyway. Now hopefully they won't see us. Just something as a kind of last resort. Cruel, isn't it? They always spoil my fun here. See what I mean? Now. That's what we need, something like that. That stupid Desiccator there nearly cost me. Oh my. Okay, that's not gonna work. Nope. There. Just need a little platform. Okay. That will do. That will do. We just tighten it up a little bit more. That's it. Okay. That should be good enough. Right. First we see how many of these guys we can actually snipe. Oh, I see one, alright. You see him there? Right there. Oh. Okay, I got his attention anyway. I think I hit him. Okay. Okay, that's two. Well, I should have bringing... we'll just drop that over. It's not that far. These guys don't respawn, so it's just a matter of picking them off, you know? Okay, I don't think there's many here, is there? Oh, it looks reasonably big. There's a guy there. Right there. Oh, a nice shot. He's a dangerous guy, that guy with a torch. Oh, he was. Oh, there's the shaman. There's the shaman. There is the shaman. Ooh. Nice one, shaman. Right, where's his junk? There it is. We don't lose anything. I wouldn't say there'd be many more than one of them there. Probably not. Ah, I see you. Bye bye. Anyone else? I can hear him, but I can't see him. That's not a bad spot there, you see it? Ah, that's pretty decent. No, it's not. It's brutal. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's gonna come after me now. He's not the brightest spark, is he? Okay. Let's cut their numbers down. Okay, I think that's all of them, guys. Now we go in and we take everything. Here we go. Oh, hang on, I hear a guy. Oh, there he is on the tower. Hello. Yeah, that should do it. I think that's everyone. I just have to be careful. And start running and God knows what you'd run into. You kill pretty quickly. There's a guy there we really don't need. Oh, nice. The poison got him eventually. I like it. Right, let's start taking stuff here. Well, the portal is okay where it is, I think. And we just get this out as quickly as we can. And we can move on. But just a village. I didn't expect there to be a tar pit. It's kind of too small. And not a whole bunch here. Okay, I'll come down with a workbench and a stone cutter. Do we need a stone cutter? I don't think so. Nah, not really. I think we still have our axe, don't we? We do. Oh, it was a lot smaller than I thought it was. I expected it to be, you know, a bit bigger. That should collapse. I don't want it to get too dark here. Okay, let's get back with this load here for a moment. And it's just only a small area, we should get it done shortly. Now, did we mark that other thing? Oh, there it is. Yeah, as simple as that is, it made it a lot easier, you know? Okay, we'll go back with that. Did we mark this one? We did. How many pieces are there anyway? 28. Brutally bad. Very, very small. Get about 30 to 40 really from some of them. But not many guys hanging out there. Definitely not enough chests. Oh. I'll have to set up that obliterator thing. I'll have to experiment sometime today and see if I can put that out of the warehouse. See how much damage it does when it's working. What is that? That is barley and more barley. Oh, you chuck it in with the barley here. And those two guys. Yeah, we should be done with this shortly. I will source more fine wood today if I can. But I wouldn't mind looking into that centerpiece I want on that warehouse. Although we're kind of stuck without tar. Yeah, we don't need to fix up bows or anything, but we do need an early start. There. Oh. Let's see if we can get this one done and just get the portal out. Well, we'll leave the portal there. Well, the metal part of it anyway. You should be good then. Give me something to do later. What did we go to the wrong portal? Of course we did. I was using that all day, bringing over supplies and setting them up, so force of habit. It still looks a bit dark, doesn't it? Here we are. Uh, 28. Okay. Oh, some coins. Okay. Now, as quick as we can with this. Oh, that'd probably be a stray piece as well, is there? No. Right. Axe. Gotta love the axe for this kind of work. Okay, not much left. Okay. Alright, we don't need this anymore. Yeah, pretty small village. But a village nonetheless. Okay, let me see. Get the axe. What else have we got? Two more. No, we didn't need a stone cutter. Okay. We're almost finished this. We just get that junk back, and then we should be good. What's this? This is the last one. That's nice. We have a good part of that map done. Just a tiny bit from the other portal. And we'll have 100% of this. Well, what we can do anyway, taking the buildings and clearing the layers. That's that, guys. That's the end of the village. The village is no more. So, next stream, or I might do that later myself, that tiny area. Here's another one. I will have to bring that all the way here and park it here. And then we have the portal here to do this little area here, but that will be a breeze. Yeah, that's where I can probably get some more fine wood as well. Okay, let's get rid of this junk. Oh, well, I gotta scrap up this place here as well. Where is it? Here, this one. That's gotta go. We don't have enough room. I'll nip back with this quickly then, and then I'll just scrap that up and get it done. Are you eradicating? Totally. Wiping them off the map. I actually use it for materials, you know, for building and storing. I don't think I've had to cut a tree in this game since I started, you know. Yeah, just taking them totally off the map. I actually like destroying the villages, but I know some people that actually like fixing them up, you know. Well, I'll drop back this junk. But I'm building a huge warehouse to hold most of this junk, but I'll have to start destroying some shortly, like the bone fragments and stuff like that there. Speaking of bone fragments, I stopped collecting those. Let's get rid of those. We'll tuck this away and drop the other stuff back. We're still fixing up the harbour, so I'm waiting on some tar. Okay, what have I got here? Let's see how much of this junk we can actually get. We can bring with us here for a moment. Yeah, lack of tar has kind of held me up a little bit. They are ready to go, the materials is ready, just waiting on the tar. Let me see, wood. Oh, that's core wood. Yeah, that's all core wood. Give us a little bit of room. Where did I put deer hides? On the other side, aren't they? Yeah. We've got absolutely tons. Once I fill that line with deer hides, that's it. Yeah, I don't need 5% of this stuff, but I just wanted to go overboard with the storage with the warehouse. But I can hold a lot of stuff on this one. Just need to source the rest of the materials to get it finished. But there's still a lot of decorating left to do. Haven't even started the top or started at the middle section. There's a few other things I want to do with it later as well. I'll do it slowly. Oh, hi Pa. And good morning to you. How have you been? Now let's get back and we have to just get the last of that other junk. Yeah, I wasn't watching my health. Still can't get used to that. Oh, really? You're finally off tomorrow. At least you can get some rest and, you know, get a chance to relax. But yeah, it can do that alright. Especially if you've been putting in some long hours, you know. So how have you been, Pa? Out from that, that is. That little structure made taking that village a lot easier. Alright, let's gather everything up. Make sure we get everything. That's it. Nice. That's bye-bye village. I'll move that portal later. It's okay for the time being, I'd say. I just put back our workbench and stone cutter. And I'll nip over and get that metal later, so we can bring back this junk. Everything marked up so I can find it again. It is. Nice. It's close to the ocean here as well. Oh, Amazon. The almighty overload. I kind of paused on the main base. I've been concentrating on the warehouse. Yeah, because we're just tripping over all the stuff. There's too much stuff. So everything is directed towards that, and then I'll get back to this. But yeah, we've been doing bits and pieces here and there, you know, slowly. Yeah. But you see, we're kind of tripping over everything. And it's kind of slowing me down. I usually only carry one set of arrows, but when going into those villages, I always double up, you know, just in case. Yeah, I'll show you the warehouse part before I go. Let's just get some sleep first. Yes, all the time. Mostly trolls and stuff, but I've got an earth wall, so there's not much they can do. Yeah, it's come along. Still needs a bit of decorating, but I'll eventually finish it. Eventually. But we've got, what, comfort 14, so 21 minutes here. That's not bad. Yeah, that's the silver. I got that with the stag breaker, you know, hitting the ground. Got really lucky really quickly. Found 4 veins, within 10 minutes, and then found an exposed one on top of a mountain. Saw enough for that. Fully upgraded the bow, the hammer, and a little bit left over. Almost 50, I think, left over. So got really lucky with the stag breaker. Excuse me. I think I have a slight cold. Once the lighting is done in here, I'll have to keep going with coal. Well, yeah, eventually. But filling them up should last, you know, a couple of days. Well, probably in real time. I know they'll last a long time. But you're talking about a lot of lighting. So it still needs a touch on the outside. I'll eventually get around to that when I have the materials. I've dropped a roof on each side here, making a large patio. Well, what I was thinking about maybe 6, maybe 8 meters here on the top. Like a kind of barrel tower kind of structure, you know. See what I can do with it. Yeah, I would like to have the tower to finish it properly, but I'll have a look later and see if I can use the existing metal here, you know, to keep it strong enough. I could do it in wood, but not too sure about the wood part. I would need a bit of the stones, you know, showing on it. I might be able to work it out. Might just need a little bit of strengthening on the inside. But this is what all the resources and time have been going into. But once this is finished, it will really, you know, free up this and any further settlements from clutter. You know, because I'm doing an area and then it's taking me an hour to move the junk out of the way. And then I've got to move it again, you know. Like a messy room, you know. But here we'll have everything to hand eventually. But this is the undecorated version here. I haven't got down, but I've only got a small area here done. Now where is that coal? Pity I can't get these light indefinitely. I'm not looking forward to lighting up this. Oh, we're out of coal. You can see what we're doing here. The lighting is not too bad. And we'll have these large storage areas. And there's a lot of room in these. So this side is kind of finished. I have another idea for here later. I'll have to mess about with it. It's not 100% done, I'd say. In here, maybe. Might not be a bad spot if I could get a trophy flat enough that it didn't stick out too much. You know. I'll have a look. I'll check a few of them and see what they look like. You know, of course this has to be done, and these are all here waiting to put the chests in, you know. Just a tar I'd need. But we're talking about a humongous amount of tar. We'll probably take 800 to 1,000, I suppose. Although I've done most of it, maybe not. Yeah, maybe just about 300, I'd say, you know, to finish here. Depending if I wanted to do something else, you see. Where's my stairway? Oh, it's here on the side. And then that, you know, there's a large area below that other floor as well. Food storage, I'd say, in here. This would be our larder. And then, as I said, our large patio. I'm thinking about something right here. See how high I would need it. You never know, might be able to get something in. Might be able to get something in. And that's it, par. That's everything we've been doing on this. Time to go to a coal mine. It's wood here. You would throw wood into a kiln and it's a pretty easy process. Oh, speaking of that as well. Oh, I got rid of the coal. No problem. We've got to make our way back. There's some cleaning up I'll have to do later on the settlement. When I get the time. Where is that stupid portal? Here it is. And thanks for following. Quirtus. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Quirtus. Quart. Yeah, Q-E-R-T. Quart. Yeah, it's Quirtus. Sounds almost Latin. Right, I will save it here, guys. And I've done just about 6.5 hours. It's about as far as I can go. I am absolutely wrecked and starving. I need to eat and get some sleep as well. So I will be back tomorrow at the same time. In the meantime, I'll try and get some things done here. You know, some things ready. So I do a bit more exploring and hopefully I'll manage to suss out a few tar pits so we can get some more building done. But thanks everyone for watching. Appreciate it. And following and raiding. Well, thank you, Par. Appreciate it. And you too, Perry. Thanks for hanging out. So goodbye, Perry and Par. Take care, guys, and stay safe. Also Young, Hufflepuff, Suburban Werewolf, Granny Vats, Tigger, of course, Tags, and Terry, and Perry. Have a good one. And thanks for the raids as well tonight, guys, as I said, and the follows. And thanks for stopping by. Bewalk Teller. That is a tag, alright. And you too, Andy. Thanks for hanging out. And of course, Venish. I hope you have a great day. And of course, thanks for following Slade. Appreciate it. And you too, Sloppy6. And thanks again for the raid, Blonde. And thanks for hanging out, Ultra. Appreciate it. And thanks again for following as well. And you too, Sloppy. I'm doing this all from the message board. That's everyone I can remember. I know I've missed a few, so to whomever I've missed, my apologies. And to everyone who was watching and lurking. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, back tomorrow with some of the same. Until I get fed up with building, and then we'll switch to something else. But that will be a while. You know, once I sink my teeth into something, I like to keep going, so to speak. Yeah, so let's see if any of our friends are streaming. Oh, nice. I'll be in Ireland soon, so look out. No problem, bar. And we'll stop by and we'll say hi. So, let's see who's streaming, guys. It'll just take me a little while to do this. I'm doing this from Xbox, so they've made it a little bit more complicated.